Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and happy Friday to you if you are coming to us from the great land of Oz or this side of the world. If you are anywhere else and you're joining in, let me just say the future is bright. And it is a very special day today. It is the eve of the weekend, that very special time in the week where the working people of the world are able to escape the clutches of capital. You can get away from your employer for 2 out of 7 days where you can be free and enjoy living in this bountiful society in a capitalistic setting. So, it is a good time on the working week. Let me just say, there's been a number of people doing the roll call already. Dilemmas, straight off the bat. What up, what up? Give up your round of applause for Pauline's speech at CPAC. What's her speech? What did she do? Not across it. Please, I would like to know more. Would have loved to have seen Pauline and Gina's reaction when Trump was glazing Albo. Yeah, there's a lot of touchy-feely stuff going on between Trump and Albo, that's for sure. A lot of hand touching. Doing a great job there, Albo. Before I ask in the house here, what's up, what's up? Give up your right wing pinger line. Hey, there we go. Be good to get some pingers on a Friday afternoon that we can use that for the afters, bro. Cheese Swiss, nah, bro, we need some socialism with mystery characteristics. There it is. How you going, Cheese Swiss? Good to have you. Jerry Poppins, nah, far right social centrism is the go. Well, what a mix of things that is, whatever the hell that means. Hey? Oh, the white. I get it. The white ring pinger line. Very interesting. Um, Welcome. Welcome. It is a special Far Right Friday as we usually do. But before we get into the Far Right Friday stuff, let me finish off my usual Friday housekeeping. For all of you that are watching, like I explained before, this is the eve. This is Friday. It is the eve of the weekend. It's a very important time. And I would like to pay my respects to all of you workers out there, past, present, and emerging. It is on your shoulders that the entirety of the modern world around you has been built. So just take a moment to realize what that actually means. It is an acknowledgement that everything rests on your shoulders. Like, just take a look at you around you right now. Unless you were coming to us in the middle of the bush somewhere, or in the middle of, I don't know, some pristine environment untouched by humankind, everything around you right now has the mark of the modern era, and has the mark of someone's labor, someone's effort, and someone's power has gone into doing what you see in the world around you right now, and the way that we're interacting right now as well. So let's just acknowledge that at all times. It is thanks to our efforts that we are able to exist, and nothing else. Nothing else. It really all boils down to that. So we do like to just take a moment every week to acknowledge how important we, the working people of the world, are. So now that's all done, we're going to be getting into the far right. We're getting into Far Right Fridays, and we are going down the Australian far right pipeline. Now, last week, there was a little bit of argy-bargy in the comment section in the stream chat about, hey, this is right-wing enough. We want to get hardcore into the Australian right-wing culture and to see what the hell's going on over there. And so we went through, we looked at some Bob Catter, we saw some Pauline Hanson, we looked at some Sky News Australia. And, it was a test to see what is the stuff that's people slip down, the precipice that people stand on to get into the real right-wing kind of pipeline, I guess you would say. Yeah, the right wing pipeline, and like how people are kind of moved on and moved towards that type of ideological framework, that type of understanding of the world, what spurs people on. And so, yeah, it was a little bit light on, fine, but we were just warming up, ladies and gentlemen. We were just warming up. Love Jeff in the house. Far right jerk circle. Here we go. That was hilarious when she said that yesterday. I was like, dude, I was like the only one that picked up on that. But like, I'm glad some other people saw that or heard that as well. If you're wondering what the context is behind a jerk circle, nobody really fucking knows. But this one Fox Business News host in the US of A, and she was talking about, I guess, socialists coming to ruin New York City. And she was talking about a jerk circle. Now, I think what she means is a circle jerk, but let's not, impose our prejudices upon this poor woman. So, like, there's going to be a joke now forever, I think, about jerk circles, who might just be circles of jerks as opposed to as a circle jerk, but we'll never fucking know. Happy End Eve, y'all. It's true. Someone made this Sorbeline. Hope you're out of the house at the moment, Jerry Poppins, when you're making commentary like that. You're not in bed alone by yourself. Making comments like that. Very good. I punch blokes in the mouth for saying shit like that and shakes fists. Woke is back. Deal with it, says Indoctrinate Nathan, with some very colorful imagery on display. Here it is. And I'm sure there's plenty of circle jerks on Fox. Yes. Pauline flew to the States for their CPAC, gave a scathing speech about Albo and Labor, compared herself to Trump, but she actually went to jail. That's pretty funny. I'll pay you for that one. That's pretty good. Whilst they talk in jerk circles, I never leave home without my silver leaf. Okay, we're gonna be too much information now, but thank you. Thanks for clarifying. And very interesting. Have you actually seen her speaking? I wonder if that's something that we should endeavor on as part of this stream, because that could be interesting. All right, so we're going to start off, like I said, we're going to go down the pipeline today, and we've got some interesting characters. We've got some Joel Davis. We've got some Joel Cottrell. We got some Jamal. He's like a conservative, I don't know what he is, podcaster, streamer, something. We got some Thomas Sewell, which I'm sure everybody's really excited about. So let's start off with that to just show you, I guess, how hardcore we're going today. Let's start off with something that'll wet your whistle and get you in the mood to get all far right on Friday. And like, it'll help you see the world, I guess, through a different lens. We're not in the land of Bob Catter and Pauline Hanson anymore. This is much more hardcore now, and this is what it looks like, right? So Thomas Sewell of White Australia, you actually have a hero inside you. Now, if Ninja Nurse was here, I'm sure we would be making some type of insinuation as to what this may mean. Maybe it has a double meaning. Maybe Thomas Sewell actually would like a hero inside of him, if you know what I mean. And he may be up to that type of stuff, because I think he is under arrest at the moment. So maybe there is a hero inside of him at the moment. We'll find out. So let's have a quick look, and this will give you a bit of a vibe test about what type of Australian right-wing pipeline we're going down today. It's not entry level, all right? We're all professionals now.
That no one had the heart to do anything about this problem we face. I spent many years thinking, why won't somebody do something about this? How can we watch our nation fall away? And then I realized that I was somebody. It was then I realized that I could do something about it. And what separates the men that stand here today and those that are watching and spectating is that they are still complaining. Why won't somebody do something about it? And you, the men of white Australia, you are willing to do something about it. That is why you are here. That is why you march. There is a spirit of the hero, and it lives inside of you. Those that rise to the task, those that face adversity head on, those that don't cower away in fear. You actually have the hero inside of you. It's not something from thousands of years ago. It's not something relegated to the past. It is alive today, and it stands before us. I have seen over the past years those who believe that
I know, right? How's this for fucking propaganda? The music is fucking crazy. Not gonna lie, this music is making him sound like Palpatine rather than some sort of hero of the people. I don't think he minds the Palpatine vibe.
the colony must fail. Those who pride themselves on more and more coloured faces. Those who think that white Australia is like that mythology of the past, that it's a bygone time, and that it doesn't exist anymore.
Bro, these aren't even tiki torches. This is the real thing, man. Hey, those tiki torches got nothing on this. That's the real deal, baby.
But before me I see 150 men who live for white Australia, who march for white Australia, and who will fight for white Australia. What I see before me today is men united and disciplined in a cause. Men who have faith and action. Men who don't just talk about it, but men that live it. And to those who think that white Australia has been defeated, that we are some bygone past, I have this to say: white Australia is rising.
Oh, there it is. There's a little teaser for you. We're going down the right-wing pipeline today. And
Thanks
it's gonna
very much.
It doesn't look like this. I don't know why that's coming up as a suggestion afterwards, but
That no
we'll
one
take that algorithm. I see what you did there, algorithm. But yeah, here we are. And it would seem that a large portion of what I had witnessed in the original March for Australia protest and a lot of this type of rhetoric really has to do with kind of this idea, this legacy of white Australia. It's under threat. That was the vibe of March Australia, that white Australian culture is under threat. And this is obviously taking it to that next level, which is that there is a war going on, and it is you. Okay, there's a hero inside of all of us. I really can't just get the kind of the homosexual, the homoerotic, let's call it, undertones there of, you know, ramming home the idea that there's somebody inside you. But like, you know, there's a hero inside of you, and nobody's going to come and help you. No one's going to do this. Why won't somebody do something about it? It's you. You're that someone. Join us, light your torch, and like come hang out, and we'll make some videos. And that seems to be the vibe that's going on here. Now, this is from a channel, Martin Jensen. It's got 15 views. So like, it's not, you know, viral right-wing content, but it's, you know, a few days old, and it does come up in search when you try and have a look for this guy and what they're really up to. So what's the arrow flag about? I think it's just adopted Nazi imagery, like symbology. Sorry, we watched a video in an after session, I don't know, like a month ago or something, that Voltato had shared, and it was all of the different types of Nazi symbology. And that was just kind of one of them, I guess. Okay, so he's openly threatening violence against anyone who's not white, whatever that means to them. Yeah, cool stuff. Yeah, this is warfare kind of language here. It's not about liberation. It's not really about struggle as much. It's as it is about, yeah, there's a war going on, and it's a war about survival of race, which is it's crazy. Dude made himself out to be a villain in that clip. Yeah, it seems like it's got that vibe, but I think that the theme and the cinematography, the sound design, it's all important because it's kind of attractive for this kind of warrior-esque culture that they're trying to manifest here. So like you wouldn't want something uplifting. You want something kind of almost nefarious, rebellious, underhanded, underworld about it, so you can attract the type of people, I guess, that they're looking for this this club, this club where they light torches and stand around at night making videos. There's a hero inside of you, and that's the beast with two backs, as Shakespeare would say. Yes, Othello. Every man has two wolves inside of them. The one in Tom up in the very good. Didn't even need to get moderated for that one. But like, yeah, there you go. So for all you doubters out there about whether we're going to get into what Australia's more dark right-wing tendency is, this is where it culminates at the moment. This person seems to be the contemporary image of the hard right, the far left, or one of them. There have been iterations of them. And we're going to go back in time to have a look kind of at what was happening a decade ago in this scene. And we move towards the current apex, which is this guy. Now, he is, I would say, in my experience, limited, but experience of seeing these guys speak now in public events, is he seems to be probably the better option in terms of why people would rally behind a cause like this. He seems to have his head screwed on more than the others. The other ones, like that Adam Eltis that rocked up in Sydney, just seems like a kid who's, who wants to be cool or something. This guy seems very maniacal, and he seems like he's got, so there is definitely an order and a rhythm to what he's doing. The way he speaks is much different as well. Like, he might have a teleprompter there, but I don't think that is the case. And I think he is enough of an orator and a public, and has enough kind of stage presence and all of the rest of it, the bells and whistles that go with kind of becoming a charismatic leader that can push people into a certain direction and get people to coalesce behind his movements. So he's one to watch out for. A lot of the other ones are just like, they're just kids that, like, spoiled kids. They think they're fucking hardcore. But he seems a little bit different. He's more cunning, so he's one to watch, and I'm sure that's why he's probably being watched, and he's on a watch list somewhere, and he's has been apprehended at the moment. He will need some sorbeline for the hero inside of him. That's the good point there, Jerry Poppins. That's for sure. I think he was going for strong and stoic. He isn't the best on the mic. Blair does it with a lot more subtlety. See, yeah, Blair. I think we'll get into Blair. Joel Davies is very Fuentes like, but even further right. So we'll look at all of these examples. But like, I find him to be the most cunning. The other two, I don't know. Like, we'll see. Davies again he's a bit of a loose cannon, and Blair, he just seems like a bit of a meathead. He can speak. But he seems to be more of a meathead. This guy, there's something about him that he does seem more cunning. The problem with his mythology is that it doesn't work for Australia. That's a huge difference between America and us. They are formed on a successful bourgeois revolution. We were built on working class diplomacy and democracy. Yeah, fair point. Yeah, the circumstances, the context behind it, it's very interesting. Um, but whether or not people drink the Kool-Aid or not, um, that's the thing. For a fascist ideology to take hold on a nation, it must resemble the culture of that nation. Yes, and well, they're trying their hardest. They're trying their hardest. I hope you are right in your analysis. There isn't the anchor point that they are looking for in Australian society, because this stuff is it's different to the, hey, let's just let's curb immigration and have a pause. This is, Australia should be white, and we will ensure that it goes back to that heritage, if that makes sense. I have a Lava's in the house. What's up? What's up? Give up your warped and myopic worldview, rocks, yo. I've seen this scary movie before. I think this guy dies in the Death Star. Yeah, there's a bit of that rhetoric going on here, actually. Yeah, but myopic worldview rocks. It is interesting that it has been painted like that. Something to think about in terms of this, in terms of the way that these people interpret the world. It is rather myopic, but that doesn't mean that they aren't, like I said, cunning. So let's go. I guess, yeah, let's go back in time and have a look at a man by the name of Blair Cottrell. Now, this is a video from 8 years ago, and I thought this would be actually a little bit entertaining because it's his ode to lefties. So this is Dear Lefties by Blair Cottrell, and he's going to basically kill the left, I'm assuming. Unpack why the left just doesn't have it right, and he's gonna tell us all why we're wrong, and I guess why the left should convert. I guess the white ones anyway should convert and join the cause, kind of thing. So let's have a look. This is kind of where he kind of, like, his origins, and what he was doing a decade ago. So let's have a look.
Hello, boys and girls of the far left. It's your most hated nationalistic patriot, Blair Cottrell, or Cottrell, depending on what class you were born into. Now, I know you guys all like to talk about Mr. Elite. Yeah?
Yeah.
The elite 1%. Let's do one a little bit straighter than that.
Hey,
the elite 1%er.
One more time. Say it again, bro.
The elite 1%. Let's do one a little bit straighter than that.
He likes his one straight. That's the way you have to have a one. Oh, let me draw my one a little bit straighter than that. I can't have those off to the side ones. You've got to be as straight as possible. It's like the cunning of a house cat trying to catch a mouse. There's enough of them, they will take over the house. This is a house in a city built on labor and work by all sorts. Very interesting. Nice analogy there. And again, I hope you are correct.
The elite 1%er who controls the world and who's got evil master plans for the future that's going to result in great colossal wars and deaths. Now, you guys watch an awful lot of conspiracies. There's a lot of free information available on the internet now, which is fantastic. Just the stuff you've been getting, you've formed the wrong conclusion from, unfortunately. And I'm going to try to help you today. Now, I can imagine right now a lot of you are settling in. You think you're going to have a good laugh, but I guarantee you this video is going to shake you up. This obsession you have with elites, yeah? You probably believe that this guy is, for one, or he represents Western civilization, yeah? That he's racist.
No.
Probably sexist, and other types of ists and phobe. And he's also trying to hold down all the non-Western cultures of the world. That's what he's always done. his own culture, Western civilization, hasn't progressed on its own. It's only progressed because it's exploited and dominated other cultures. Yeah?
He's just describing ID pollen rather than class. Hey, Warriors, let him finish. He's building up to something here. He immediately showed he didn't get it. No, he's building up to it. Hey, you think that this is all, they just got this by chance, huh? Hey, built on all these ISTs.
That's what he's always done. His own culture, Western civilization, hasn't progressed on its own. It's only progressed because it's exploited and dominated other cultures. Yeah? That's what you believe. Okay. Let me put it to you straight. You people like to say anyone who's not thinking like us is uneducated. Yeah? I mean, if you're not a lefty and you're watching this, if you've been in some sort of heated online discussion with these people, as they love to get involved in, you've probably been told something like, fuck off, you uneducated racists. Yeah? Now, I consider this to be very ironic because, first of all, these same left-wingers who call people uneducated are also obsessing about elites that control everything, all the institutions. I don't think you understand just how much control Mr. Elite has and how he exercises that control. First of all,
Always a he, isn't he? Eh? In the elites. Bastards. Loving to be loved by the hated and proud of it. Fucking wackadoos.
his probably most important institution is public schools. He must always make sure he has control over public schooling curriculum. Okay? Now, why does he want so much control over schools? Pretty obvious, really. He wants to maintain his control over generations. He wants to have sons and then pass on his control to his lucky elite sons, and so on and so forth, so that he can remain and pass on his grand plan, which is a plan that is coming to fruition over generations. Now, he gets control of school because he wants control of the future generations, not so much because he wants to create anything as much as he wants to prevent. You probably believe that a lot of education today creates sheeple, as you people call them, and that all patriots are just sheeple. Actually, patriotism is prevented for the most part in public schools, along with something else. You see, schools aren't a place of learning. They're a place of recital. The only actual thing you can genuinely learn in a school is maybe basic mathematics, English, social skills, how to talk with people. Maybe you will learn how to count to 10 in Chinese or Indonesian. Other than
Got him. I got him. I knew it. Hey? That's the worst. Counting to 10 in Chinese? Who would have thought? This world's crazy. What a sexist. He assumed it was a man controlling the means rather than all those girl bosses. Hashtag. Oh my god. YouTube is censoring comments. Hail. Interesting. Well, you might have to be careful how you word it then. Isn't sheeple a conservative term? Yeah, that's interesting actually, because this rhetoric that he's talking about here about elites and like people, the 1%, you know, it at this point in time probably would have been more of a leftist term, but like you've all witnessed it. We've live streamed from the events before. This is like talking about elites and corporations, global companies that come around and take our resources and all that sort of stuff. Like, this is the language that is used by people on all sides. I would say working people on all sides, right wing, left wing, whatever. They have an innate understanding that they are being fucked over by a market economy which favors corporate investors or an investor class that comes in and extracts resources and then it looks off with all of the value. So maybe 10 years ago a lot has changed in 10 years, and it is also kind of these types of people that share that language or that hatred for the elites. But this is interesting, right? It's I guess this is a very specific point in time, or maybe this is just the world according to Blair Cottrell. So maybe we'll never know, I guess. I don't think I've ever seen a progressive use it unironic. Yeah. Wow, this bloke sounds intelligent. You're getting a lecture here today, Mark. I hope you strapped yourself in. And Dr. Nathan, unless you go to private school where you learn proper imperial languages like German and Japanese. That's interesting. Well, like, yeah, and what he was saying as well, I don't know if he alluded to this, but usually these elites will send their kids to private schools so they can go on to make more baby elites and all that sort of stuff.
That just fuck all else to gain from public education. It's all rubbish. Now, as I said, this institution works to prevent predominantly two things. Firstly, it doesn't want strong boys. The people walking out of this school after 15 years or so, the young people, need to consist of a certain calibre. And that calibre is not strength, independence, willpower, courage, boldness, pride. No, it's the opposites. He wants effeminized little bitches coming out of school.
Of course.
How does he do this? Well, first of all, he gets a lot of female teachers, and he makes sure that he, through these kind of teachers, raises femininity up as a...
Do you believe that that potentially is a factor here? That somehow the system has orchestrated itself in such a way that deliberately there are more females in teaching positions than males, that it's not a kind of a trajectory based on other demographic factors? That's a very interesting one, I must say. Well, at least his verbal skills have improved since then, so it wasn't a complete waste. Yeah, I've seen him on other stuff and he did speak a little bit better, but he's just vibing this one, right? LOL, say the line, correlation versus causation. It's an interesting one. But like, yeah, someone has made a conscious effort to feminize men in the education system somehow, according to the philosophy of Blair Cottrell, by stacking the public school system with women. Eh? That makes sense, I guess.
The guiding star and light of how a person should be. And he demonizes and holds down masculinity. Femininity is always rewarded. Masculinity is punished. This is how schools work. Try to tell me I'm wrong. Is there one school, public school in this state which encourages people to confront each other openly? Or instead does it encourage people to dob and gossip about each other? Does it train young people physically enough so they really understand hardships of life early, so they develop strong mental characteristics, ambition, willpower, perseverance? Or instead, are children sitting inside classrooms going crazy and then getting punished and fed pills because they have behavioural problems? Christ. If you've got kids yourself, you know how much energy they have. How can you expect them to sit in a classroom for 6 to 8 hours a day, staying still? How can you feed them ADHD pills because they won't sit still in class? There's something wrong with them. He doesn't want strong boys. He wants effeminized little bitches. Support.
So, like, is he supporting the theory then that the elite do run society and they're orchestrating it in a way to feminize culture? Because at the start, it sounded like he didn't believe that there was an elite class out there that controlled things. But now he's kind of, I think, arguing for the fact that there is an elite class out there and they're coercing us from the start using the education system to effeminize the population, I guess. This is very, it's covering a lot of territory here. This is interesting. Saying there is more female teachers is just that, full stop. He is right, for the wrong reasons. More women are teachers because they are naturally drawn to social roles. Men care about things, women care about people. Pretty simple stuff. Student of Jordan Peterson. Interesting. He's already contradicted himself. He doesn't He just doesn't think he has. Right, got it. I've got a lot to learn here, I must say.
Subordinate to women.
I'm
who
just
they-
trying to follow the logic here. That you know I'm right kind of look, full of self-righteous and privileged worldviews. It is a you know I'm right kind of look, eh? Am I speaking truths to you? Eh? Don't look it up yourself. I'll tell you this much for free. Interesting.
Later on in life, bow down to a woman to such an extent that they drive themselves crazy, end up shooting everybody, and go to prison. The second thing he wants to prevent
Escalated quickly.
is nationalism.
I don't know, man. We used to have to like sing the national anthem at school all the time. There was always an Australian flag in the schoolyard or whatever. Like maybe he went to a different school system. I've only listened to Peterson on random clicks, etc. I can't do the circular non-answer that he gives.
Why? Simple. What's his ultimate ambition? Global control. Has he got it already? No. There's still a lot of work to be done before he gets absolute global dominion. At the moment, he's still concentrating on Western civilizations. He has to fuck them up first before he moves on to the others, because Western are the most advanced in terms of civilization. But why does he essentially want to suppress nationalism? Because he wants global control. How can you control the earth? How can you create a one world government, so to speak, if you have individual nations, nationalities, with their own culture, their own language, their own traditions, their own identity? How can you rule over all of them at the same time? You can't. You might be able to get 1, 2 at the most. It is much more effective to break down language and cultural barriers, to merge all of the different cultures together under the guise of equality, to create racial tensions so that the strongest of each cultures kill each other in conflicts. Then you, as Mr. Elite, can rule with an iron fist over whatever remains afterwards. I'm sure this has
There was the look again for you, Avalava. That escalated really quickly. Also, that's a uniquely American phenomenon.
never been put to you before. And I'm sure right now a lot of you are scrunching up your faces and thinking, oh my God, how can he believe that? Some of you might even be sticking your fingers in your ears, scrunching up your eyes and saying, no, no, no. But it's okay. The truth pisses you off when you first hear it. I know it pissed me off. What have we got next? What is patriotism? Okay? These days, you left-wingers think patriotism is some sort of brutal...
Yeah, I know. White belt angry phase. He got rid of the capitalist. Sorry, the elite. I shouldn't say the C word. You're Anglo, so you're fucked. Paige, I heard from someone who knows him that since he's been unemployable, one of the things he's been doing for income is giving astrological readings with dating advice to his sad far-right boy followers. Get fucked. No way. Where did you hear that? Paige. Welcome. Welcome. I need sources. That's hilarious. Why not? No. And he's worried about, like, what is it? Feminized classrooms. And he's giving out astrological readings and dating advice. Eh? Isn't it interesting, the trajectory? That's really interesting. Poor dude. All you have to do now is identify as Aboriginal and you can get out of white guilt jail card. LOL, no shit. New people in the chat. Yes, if there are new people in the chat, welcome. Make sure you subscribe and hit the like button. Actually, everyone on YouTube right now, can you just stop what you're doing and hit the like button to help with the algorithm? Now, if you are watching this for the first time, come and join the community. Here's our Discord link. Come and drop your propaganda there. That's what we do. Video, or it didn't happen? Yeah, Paige, actually, do you have some way of backing that up? Or is it just like a friend of a friend told me? Because if you have some link or something that we can look at, That would assist greatly. A friend of mine used to be involved with the UPF ages ago, but still keeps in touch with him. Ah, okay. There you go. One undercover clip could derail the entire yeah, NSN. Could you imagine? I wonder if this guy is actually directly associated with them, though, NSN. Interesting. I'm sure they all cross over, right? Squeeb's lurking. All right, let's get back to it, shall we? I want to know what is patriotism according to Blair, the philosophy of Blair Cottrell, because it is important. I think there is a distinction between nationalism and patriotism. I think nationalism is actually something that he probably wouldn't agree with, I guess, but nationalism is a bourgeois ideal, a protection of the state in order to keep the market system within your borderlines protected, internally, externally. There were no nation states in the sense that we have them now before we had bourgeois society and thus capitalism, so free market societies. So nationalism isn't just an idea that came out of nowhere. It's a way of protecting local markets within an acceptable kind of boundary line, let's say. So nationalism, or the idea of the nation state, is a new phenomenon for the modern world, and it doesn't really go back beyond that. Again, in the modern sense. Now, patriotism, like having some type of pride in your country, your land, your culture, or whatever. There's nothing wrong with having pride. I guess it's what you do with that pride. I guess we'll get a cultural philosophy answer to that. He claims he's not part of an organization, right? Interesting. I object to conscription. Where do I lie between nationalism and blah 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 blah? That's interesting. That's a good call. I don't know. Ask Blair. We'll ask Blair later.
Disgusting urge that is exploited by the elites to start wars and help fund colossal campaigns of destruction and death, to poleaxe and smash all the less developed cultures in the world and keep them suppressed while the evil Western capitalists live in harmony. Never mind that you're actually a product of these evil Western capitalists, but anyway, for the most part, a lot of times, yes, patriotism can be exploited by Mr. Elite, but what is it actually? Why is it so thriving all the time? Why is it always there? Because it's a natural instinct for self-preservation. Everyone has it. Patriotism is only a compulsive expression of this instinct. To go a step further, patriotism does not just protect the preservation of oneself, but namely their community or their nation. Humans are social creatures. They always create communities wherever they go. Communities where people help each other.
Natural arguments. It's human nature. What the fuck is human nature? I think what he's describing is tribalism, the sense that humans like to form tribes and communities, in groups and out groups kind of thing. I think that's what he's talking about. So patriotism is a development of the tribal urge, I guess. Darwin came up with this when he coasted the American islands. I'm a patro, your dog. It doesn't have the same ring to it. Yeah, I guess it doesn't, does it? Yeah. A patro.
Dependent from each other, but still in mutual struggle and in mutual understanding of nationality and the advancement of the community itself. Patriotism helps bring people together and helps guard the community from external threats, from foreign forces trying to get in. But here is where the problem is. You won't be able to accept that because you have a preconception of equality.
Of course.
That has been surgically installed into your brains from the earliest ages by even your parents, because they had it installed in the same way.
This aligns with what's happening in the Groyper movement too. Sad white guys who hate that they can't get women, expecting to be given a slave wife. No way. Is that really a thing? That they actually expect to be given a wife? They really come full circle with their religious kind of fundamentalism at the end of the day, don't they? Now that if this guy ever read a book, when he pauses, he makes a funny face. It's vacant.
of equality that has been surgically installed into your brains from the earliest ages by even your parents, because they had it installed in the same way. Not physically installed, of course, it's a psychological process, but everyone in the world is equal, right? Every culture, every people, every nationality is absolutely and unquestionably equal. Is that true? Think about it. How can it be true? From one glance, you can see that people aren't equal. They're not born equal and they don't die equal. Can you make them equal? Let's have a look at history. What's that stand for? It's the United Soviet Socialist Republics.
Oh, he nailed it. He nailed it. Good on you, mate.
This is like when? Just over 100 years ago, maybe even about 100 years ago now. We have Russia with its typical imperial / monarchistic type political structure. At the top, as always, you have your what is commonly understood as aristocrats, your minority of highborns, intellectuals, monarchs, thinkers, people with unusual ability. They're going to exist in every culture. You can't help that. They still exist now.
Oh my god. That's another gender inverted Masonic puppet installed to distract and control a narrative. JP, in the house? Yes, love self quotes. It'll be a thing in this chat. I've never seen a sanctimonious conservative. Now I have. I don't know what he is. Is he a conservative? What exactly? I'm not sure. I'm still trying to understand what the philosophy is. So is he saying that, I think he is making the call here that humans are not equal. So like one human does not equal another human kind of thing. There are gradations in humans. So some humans are actually better than others. I wonder if he's talking about by birthright, because the essential understanding from liberal society is that humans are fundamentally equal. We are all created equal by our creator. But like obviously what he's describing is there are different material conditions, I guess, that separate. Some people are born into an existence where they have access to more and some have access to less, or access to different things. And so that changes their level of equity or equality because they have access to different stuff. That's, I guess, the more their material circumstances, as opposed to the fact that they are fundamentally unequal just by being born. It's interesting. I mean, he's just a racist. He's just using more steps. It's a taken reference. It's a group of people with a certain set of skills at the top. All right, I'll let him finish. Sorry.
People with unusual ability. They're going to exist in every culture. You can't help that. They still exist now. And then underneath, you have your masses of average minds, workers, tradespeople, people that keep the gears of the state turning. Okay. In the middle here, you sometimes have middle classes too. Usually they're religious type communities, priests, people of faith. They give people here faith and purpose, so everyone always keeps on working, and the state itself, the nationality, keeps progressing and advancing. Now, how was Russia equalized by communism? Hang on, I've got little evil-looking magnets here I can use as an example. These people came in from God knows where. They came in and they had a lot of money and influence, or through their money they gained a lot of influence. They started plastering these average classes with propaganda and influential pamphlets and leaflets about class struggle and equality and the evil oppressiveness of those on top. And after a certain amount of years, this propaganda began to take effect. And they were able to subvert schools. They were able to create whole new young generations of egalitarians. And what did they do with these generations? They killed members of the church, aristocrats, the Tsar. They killed them all. Until afterwards, all that remained was a state of absolute equality with no leadership or no visible leadership. There was a detached leadership, which was these people. They put themselves on top, and through social sciences and clever propagandist techniques, they manipulated the thoughts and feelings of everybody, and they executed everybody. Skull and crossbones. They executed everybody who stood against them until such time as this regime collapsed. And now, in this country, we have people, self-proclaimed socialists and communists, who want the same thing for us. Why? I'm going to tell you a little bit more next time. I've already exceeded my limits of time on the video, I'm sure. Stay tuned.
Damn. I really wanted to know how he was going to explain what they were going to do, these people. Eh? That was interesting insight. So basically what he did was he gave us a description with a nice little chart there. Let's get the chart out. Explaining that society is
Monarchistic
built
type political.
on a pyramid style structure, and usually you have like aristocrats and an upper class that is held together by a middle class of religious types who oversee the broad masses of working people that keep the machinery going. And then another group of people came in and established themselves as the ruling class and did the exact same thing as the other group had already been doing. But when they do it, it's unacceptable, but it was okay when the aristocrats, like the Tsars and the rest of the upper classes, were doing it. That's acceptable. But it's not acceptable when people come in trying to convince the working people of the world that they should change society and then they take power. It's only okay when the aristocracy do it, and they do it with a religious framework to justify their position in society. If you come in and do it using workers' propaganda without religion, then it's completely unacceptable. Got it. Got it. That's the logic here. Is skull and crossbones an academic term? That's so good. Let me just put in the skull and crossbones here for a second. Oh my god. Not sure if it's a thing, but they certainly seem sad about not getting female attention. This seems to manifest into some warped psychological and political views based on what I've seen. What do you all think? Well, look, you know, especially if you spend a lot of time, like I guess the Groper community that we've learned about, like just literally like never touching grass, it's really difficult to go out and meet people, let alone persons of the opposite sex, and interact with them if you don't have any understanding of what it is to socialize. That's like a big thing. So I could understand why it'd be just easier to live in this world where you think that everything's out to get you. Have we been through the fascist playbook? I feel like there is one, because their rhetoric seems quite similar, presenting the world view based on common sense and pointing the issue at certain people like non-whites or Jews. Yeah, interesting. No Nut November hitting hard. I got CC'd for saying Einstein should get all the Bunsen burners. The world is lost. The world is lost, man. That's fucked up. All right. This was interesting. Not... I was waiting for like, I really thought that he actually had some, I don't know, some piece or something that was just going to be like, gotcha lefties kind of thing. But that was that was underwhelming, to be honest. Nice washing machine in the background. You are right about the school system. I feel like I'm going mad in class. Well said. Nationalism is a good thing. I distinctly remember nationalism being demonized in school. Regards from America. God bless. Blair, you should do more of these more frequently. Yeah, goddamn you should. It's nice to see where a high school grade of historical understanding gets you these days. You're on the ball, mate. Don't quit. Fight on. Good channel, Blair. Keep up the good work. On point, 100% Blair. As a millennial, ugh, gross. I know for a fact that everything you said is true. I know. I attended those liberal institutions my whole life and was indoctrinated with their ideals. Fortunately, I found the light and red pilled myself severely. Great lesson, mate. 8 years ago. So good. All right, that's enough. Well, that is kind of a taste of the origins of the online kind of right wing stuff that we're looking at here. Like 10 years ago, I think it was, really raising its head. As with the rise of social media generally, and they were getting a lot of traction, these guys. This is another piece that I think Blair supporters kind of pride themselves on. And it's UPF's Blair Cottrell destroys a panel of Muslims and SJWs. They're the worst. And so, like, let's just, we're not going to watch 32 minutes of this, but, like, let's just watch and get a vibe on what our mate Cottrell over here has to say. I don't know what this is on, like SBS or something like that.
Of the new wave of Aussie patriots, why do you think you've seen an increase in support?
I think it's due to the fact that Australian people generally feel ostracised socially from society because they don't have anything they're allowed to be proud of. When it comes to national pride, if people are going to be proud of a Southern Cross or their own national flag, they're immediately considered racist or uneducated bogans. People in Australian society are searching for something to believe in. They might find that in religion, but in the case of our movement, they have found it in national pride.
Okay, Lydia, you're a Muslim convert. How do you express your national pride?
I try and serve my community, and that's the broader Australian community, not just the Muslim community. And I think that by doing service...
A millennial cringing as a millennial being cringe about a millennial is such a millennial move. I'm right there too. Hey, I have valid opinions. When I read that one, I was like, oh God. Hey? Oh God. I'm a millennial and I know the facts. All right, so go yourself.
Giving service to others is the Muslim community, and I think that by doing service, giving service to others is the best way to display your patriotism or your citizenship.
So quite different to Blair's version of patriotism?
I think it's really interesting because what Blair has said sounds to me essentially like a very dangerous trajectory towards radicalisation.
Right.
In all honesty.
And you actually work with radicalised young Muslims. So you're saying there's a comparison there?
I have contact with people who not only young Muslims as well, people from the far right.
Right.
And they're like two sides of the same coin.
Really? What's it like to hear that, Blair? Do you agree with that?
I think the idea that we live in a society which is harmonious and pacifistic, the idea that this is going to last forever is a fallacy. We are moving into a stage of crisis in the future, and when we reach that stage of crisis...
But hang on, she's compared you to radical Muslims. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Well, I haven't beheaded anybody, I have not killed anybody, and I do not plan to kill anybody or blow anything up, so I think it's a bit of a long shot.
Fucking nailed you. What do you got now? Huh? Hey? I thought that was coming.
But as I was saying, in the future, I think we're going to move into a stage where you can either be a radical or a victim of a radical.
I think that's a really dangerous statement to make.
All right, I want to go to
Very
Clinton.
dangerous.
You voted for One Nation in the recent election.
Yep.
Why was that?
Yeah, you got your head all right there, mate. Hey, why'd you vote for them for? So that line of questioning, so good.
Which is pretty sad.
I actually
Blair,
don't
what do you say to
I
that?
actually don't have a history of attacking women. I've never...
You went to jail for stalking your ex-girlfriend's partner.
Correct. I've been in prison before. I've experienced things in my youth which most people have not. But I'm much wiser for that reason. I'm a person who constantly tries to push the boundaries of conventional society, which is why I'm sitting on this show right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? His point there was like, we are either going to be affected by radicals or you become a radical. You have two choices. We feel ostracized, master race. It's an interesting framing, isn't it? Nationalism started dying when the boomers refused to let go, continued to earn, and millennials got priced out of the housing market. And if you don't own a piece of dirt, you won't fight for it. There it is. Stalking your ex's partner isn't anti-women. Like, he's got a point. Like, in the sense that he was just like, but you're anti-women, aren't you? Oh no, you got in trouble for attacking women, and it was stalking your ex's partner. Unless his ex's partner is a woman, then maybe.
But I've never attacked a woman in my life, in my list of convictions, which are not very long. I've never laid a finger on anybody. So to sit there and assert, sir, that I have attacked a woman without even knowing the first thing about my character, I would question the morality of your own.
So why did you bring that up, and what evidence did you have for that?
So that's just from a straight Google search. If you look up Blair, it's attributed to a YouTube statement where he says that he's used psychological and physical violence against women.
And terror.
And terror.
I never wrote that and I never said that. False statements are attributed to my person all the time. I am constantly the recipient of character assassination. And it feels as though on this show, that is what we're going for right now.
So, I mean, you're basically saying that he's not someone to take seriously. Is that why you're bringing up these points?
Yeah, I would detract. Well, I believe that if you go into life and you're always looking for the negative and you're trying to drive a wedge between different members of society, then you're always going to...
Can you even define what a woman is, sir? Eh? Take that. So good.
have an opportunity
A wedge
to
between
find fault.
different members of society.
So you've got a fault with Muslims, for example, and Tom asked me a question on my experience in war. So I went to Afghanistan for 8 months, and Afghanistan is obviously a predominantly Muslim country, and the reception we received as foreign soldiers carrying weapons was overwhelmingly positive. So we would be walking through a field on a hot day on patrol, and we would have a farmer approach us, and we're trudging through his crops, damaging his field, and he'd say, "Hold it up here for a minute, guys," in his own language. We'd have interpreters with us, and he'd come back with some food, and he'd put a meal down on the ground for us, and we'd eat with him. And I think that's an amazing example of how Muslims can be a positive influence on the world.
Yes,
and I asked the question, Blair, if you saw foreign soldiers walking down the street in Australia, how would you respond to them, and would you be willing to break bread with them?
It really depends on how they would treat me. Now, to suggest that an entire collective of people, a quarter of the world's population, ought to be judged by the behaviour and actions of a single member of that collective, I think is quite small-minded.
What are you judging
And
the Muslim population on?
Before I'm interrupted, allow me to finish. You said before divisive, okay? How do you believe or suppose that bringing large amounts of Muslim people into this country is going to make this country any less divisive?
Well, when you say large numbers, what numbers are we talking about here? Because I don't believe they are large
Whether
numbers.
it's 5,000 or 10,000 or 100,000, how is that going to help Australia be more cohesive or more harmonious?
But 5,000 is not a large number. We're a population of 24 million.
These people, we're a population of 24 million, exactly. And now you'll say to me that Muslims represent only 2.2% of the population,
But has it
correct?
not? You've made an assertion that if we bring them in, that it will make us less harmonious and less cohesive.
Because we can't even
But
get
what's
on with
the-
ourselves. Already in Australia, we have extreme division between left wing and right wing, as you saw for yourself. These divisions result in brutal street activism, and it's
Isn't
getting
that division
worse
that
and
you're
worse.
All right, guys, I want to bring
fostering?
Nayuka into the conversation. As an
What's
Indigenous
up?
Australian, what's up?
Hey, hey, Mum.
What do you make of this version of patriotism?
Oh, look, I love that you're passionate. You know, I love that there are people out there.
Oh my god. I don't know how long I can do this for. Let's see what he says in response to "What up?"
Look at who's most locked up, who is most disadvantaged.
Which has nothing to do with the individual decisions people make, but you believe there is
If
some sort of white privilege in this
But if we
country.
look structurally, then yes, if you are white in this country, yes, would you like to be black?
Okay, well,
Would
let me
you
ask
like
you a
to be
question.
treated like a black person?
Do you consider yourself a white person or an Aboriginal person?
I am black, I am Aboriginal, I'm Gunai, I'm Kurnai, Gunajamara, Wiradjuri, Yorta Yorta.
To me, it seems like you also have some whites in your ethnicity. Is that correct?
Where's your family from?
Yeah, I'm German
Where's your
Irish
family?
eventually.
What's
but
the
from
point
this
you're
country.
making here, Blair?
The point I'm making is if there is some sort of white privilege, you have some white in your ethnicity.
Oh,
Why do you choose to
the way
identify
that I
as purely
treat-
Indigenous if there's white privilege? Wouldn't you go with the ethnicity that is
So there
privileged?
are
let's-
two
let's
points
answer
I'd
that
like
question.
to make. Yeah, great question. I'm glad you brought it up. There are two things. Thing number one, definitely the colour of my skin. I would get treated much better than someone with much darker skin. I would be...
Why is the colour of skin so important?
let her
It's not
finish
that
the
much
question.
different from
Mate.
me. From my skin. Like what?
I'll wait till summer, bro. Yeah, the colour of my skin does matter. It would mean that I would be denied taxis. Even in Redfern, just up the road, people get denied taxis all around the country, really.
He's proving that community is weaponized against marginalized people and used by the status quo as a crutch. Can you explain that one a little bit more? I might have missed the point at which you're commenting on.
The way that people treat me, I would get followed around the cops more. This is true. My mum was a police officer, so I can speak with some sort of experience.
Is that because
there.
Aboriginal people commit more crimes, or is that because there's racism in this
All right, I
country?
don't want to get too deep into this
Anyway,
narrative.
but point number
That's a
two.
little bit
Things
too
I'll pick
deep,
up.
isn't it?
Well, it's actually quite a tangent.
So it sounds
Quickly
like
finish your point
racism,
then,
though, if you
Anika.
think Aboriginal people are more likely to offend, or
They
I don't
are
know,
more likely
maybe
to offend.
intergenerational trauma is a thing, but whatever.
All right.
We can talk about that later. But thing number two, though, Tom, was the identity stuff. So I choose to identify as black, you know, Aboriginal, all of those nations I listed before. By the same token, you choose to be Australian, despite the fact that you have Irish ancestry.
I do not choose to be
Your
Australian.
identity is Australian, which is a choice.
Irish people were part of the original people who founded and created this nation, who named it
They
Australia.
didn't found
Who
it.
mapped
All right, guys, we're going to get
They
deeper into
found
all this.
your
Just
people,
hold it
mate.
right
There were
there.
semi-nomadic
You are watching
tribes.
Hack Live.
Now-
Guys, just hold on there.
How
Seriously,
ecological.
when I need to get control of this, you guys need to listen so we can actually make this conversation palatable to an audience and not a screaming match.
Are we live
So let's
right
do it
now?
now. You're watching
No,
Hack
it's a half an hour
Live.
delay.
It's almost live. Tonight's topic's so divisive that we are actually on a small delay, but your tweets and your Facebook comments are coming up live, so
I was
keep them
told this-
coming.
Hang on, I was told this was live. There's a half an hour delay.
I just said it at the start of the show.
Oh, this is the best part. Wait, you told me this
That
was
it wasn't
live.
live. I made that really obvious.
I've been told for weeks leading up to this, this was live.
I just said we had to put the show on a delay. What exactly are you fighting for?
Fighting for my people,
And who are your people?
Australian people.
Even Muslims? Are they Australian people?
If they're going to live by Australian standards, then certainly.
And what do you mean by Australian standards?
We have a culture in this country. The culture is an expression of our people. That culture is not Islam.
Okay. Lydia, do you think you're living by Australian standards?
Yes.
If you're going to
Sorry.
live by Australian standards, you're kafir.
Am
Kafir
I?
is a kafir is.
Mashallah, you're a scholar of Islam. I didn't even know it.
I know enough about Islam to give you this statement. Kafir is characterised by his or her worldliness, their ability to only live for the world and please themselves.
You don't need to school me on Islam.
Our society right now pretty much does just that. We don't live for any God. We don't live for anything better than ourselves, really. We just live to enjoy ourselves right here. Your brothers abroad would consider you kafir, and they wouldn't be too pleased with the
No,
fact that you
no.
live in this society and do not adhere
think they
fully
do.
to the principles of Islam.
Lydia, what do you say?
That's enough. That's enough of that one. My God. Okay, so this is the type of stuff, I guess, that people have seen over the years. This was uploaded 8 years ago, but I don't know if it's like way back. It could be a lot older than that. Who the fuck knows? But like, this is the type of stuff that people have come to associate with Cottrell's philosophy and take on life. Far out. This guy didn't own anyone. This is embarrassing. Well, like, it is interesting though how it would seem like I haven't heard the entire panel speak, but it was literally everybody versus Blair in that, and I wonder if they set it up in that way. So it would be everybody versus Blair. But yeah, this has been. It's been interesting to see how he kind of frames the discussion, but there'd be a lot of, people watching this at home, rewatching all of that sort of stuff that would get their vibes off his rhetoric. And so that has developed kind of over time when to your modern day equivalents, your Joels and your Thomases of the world. This was more no, you're wrong. Yeah. He's pointing to other cultures as a community issue and pointing to Australian issues as more diverse, goes into left and right individual decisions. Like the classic example is when a Muslim terrorist attack happens, it's seen as on the community to denounce and apologize for that person. Yeah, when a far right white terrorist attacks, there is calls that it's the person or a specific subculture that is to blame. Marginalized people are treated more as a monolith, and white people are seen more as the individual they are. It's an interesting point, isn't it? Well, I guess, especially in Western countries, right? Yeah, very interesting. This was more, no, you're wrong, rather than valid points. Yeah. He seems to be articulate enough in this arena. I must give it to him. I thought he might lose his shit somewhere, but he seems to be measured. I'm surprised at that, actually. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. So this is the pipeline. This is where people kind of get certain ideas and they will develop into other things. Let's have a jump now. We're going to leave Blair behind. And we're going to look at some more contemporary stuff now. So there's this thing called the Two Worlds Collide podcast. So I'm not sure if you're across this exactly, or if you ever seen anything like this, but I think this guy's an ex-Australian soldier, I believe. And so like that's his kind of claim to fame when it comes to being an authority for, I guess, right-wing discussion in Australia, because like I said, he's served, so that gives people an air of clout that other people aren't really awarded. So this, I'm not sure again if you've seen or come across this one before. This is stuff comes up a lot in TikTok. So if you ever go down a right-wing pipeline on TikTok, this one comes up a lot in an Australian context if you ever go down that. All right, let's have a listen. This one is called The Cultural Revolution Starts Here. Sam Bamfold. He is a true believer. This is the guy, right, you're talking about. Why does it keep doing that? Fuck, that's infuriating.
It's Australia first until I die. The deeper I get into this game, the more research that I do, the clearer it all becomes. The rot in Canberra is running too deep. You know, and I always have people say this to me. Sam, what's your end game with all this? What's your end goal? Politics, TV, and it's none of that. Not right now anyway. My mission is to wake up a nation. To spark a cultural revolution in Australia that makes people demand better from the people who are working for us. Because apart from a tiny few, this political class, they're already captured. Labor and Liberal, both of them, completely done. They are corrupted, captured, bought and paid for. They sign their deals and they're in too deep to get out of any of this. And that's exactly why this fight isn't about them anymore. It's about us. Look, I'm definitely here to wake up the current generation of Australia, but one of my biggest goals, well, that's the next generation. You know, in a few years from now, after I get old, have some grey hairs, raise a big family, 3 to 5 kids, and their kids are having kids, I want to look back on my life and know that when it was my time to stand up, I stood up. That I stood up for a nation and that I built a cultural movement that not only woke up the current Australians, but lit a fire in the next generation to carry this fight forward. And that fight is to expel the corruption from Canberra. I want to harden the next generation that only puts Australia first. No foreign governments, no foreign lobbying, no big business, no billionaires. I want to inspire a generation ready to sacrifice everything for this country. And yeah, this game that I'm in.
See, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, the cultural philosophy had nothing to do with this anti-billionaire bullshit rhetoric. Like, this is hardcore. How dare he use this song? The music choices have been very interesting today going down this pipeline. Now, this is pure class warfare talking points here. They're weaponizing the types of sentiments, the types of ideas that appeal to working people, that like the system is fucked, the government is against you, or like structurally the system is against you. And there are a group of roving individuals out there that form a class, a capitalist class, although they wouldn't say it like that, a group of billionaires, let's call them, that, control the system, control you, control your nation, biofuel politicians, have the ability to influence the economy. Again, this is a different way of saying this stuff, but like, this is not where Blair was going before. That I think there has been a development and a trajectory towards more working class style, which is adopted leftist rhetoric. Well, it depends how you define leftist, but let's be really explicit. This is adopted socialist and Marxist type rhetoric, though I'm sure these people here at the, what's the name of this podcast again? What do we call this guy again? There's something, the Two Worlds Collide, that's it. These people would, I'm assuming, hate communism, socialism, and Marxism, but this is exactly the rhetoric. It's just it's interpreted differently. It's curried with a little bit of different language, so you don't make a strong correlation between the two of them. But it's interesting vibes that we're going in 10 years, 12 years, whatever it's been. The elites aren't hating on the elites isn't considered such a bad thing anymore, it would seem.
Now, of course, I've got a bit of a familiar face. My merch program's going good. My Patreon program is unreal. Right, they asked to get photos of me. It's all a bit of a spin. But do you think that means a damn thing if this cultural revolution doesn't happen? I would give this all up tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will go back to getting 300 downloads an episode, 2 likes for every post that I do, and I'll go back to begging for people to come on this podcast. If it meant that the corruption in Canberra was gone and that the government, well, they actually work for the people. And of course, people have tried to throw money at me to try and control my narrative, what I spill out, my voice. But I will never take that, because my narrative is to the Australian people until I die. And that's what makes me so dangerous to them. There's no second best in this fight. There's no, oh yeah, but no exceptions. And if that's not you, then get the hell out of my country and push whatever narrative you want to push in some foreign nation. And to the younger generation, listen to me. You are the future. You can cut out the corruption, you can rip out the foreign influence, and you can make this country work for the people again. And that's why I'm here, and that's why I won't stop. Because yes, this is about the now, but it is also about the tomorrow, about legacy, and about making sure when it's your time to lead, you carry this country on your shoulders with pride. And you lead with one thing in mind: Australia first until we die. And don't you worry, for the people calling it, yeah, I'm taking this show on the road next year for sure. Holding events, speaking to the people, and getting the cultural revolution out there. The fight is on, and I'm for it. What's your thoughts? It's Australia first until I die.
What's your thoughts? Let me know. That's what I describe as Aussie right wing. The more working class the ideology, like the US, the Eureka spirit, dormant until stirs. Cultural revolution, yeah, very particular language, isn't it? Very particular language. That's what that's what Mao was up to, right? The cultural revolution. Got to purge the non-believers. Very interesting choice of words. Actually, though, how he's not being copyright struck on that video. Maybe he paid for it. He might have paid for some licensing. You never know. You never
It's
know.
Australia.
No,
It's Australia first until I die.
Enough. All right, we're going to hit up this one again. Two worlds collide. Australia is not for sale. Let's have a look at this one, shall we? Hope you're enjoying the right wing pipeline for today. This is the more hardcore version of the one that we were doing last week, I guess.
All right, you know how these teal chicks keep telling you that this climate movement is grassroots backed? Well, it's not.
Teal chicks, eh? Watch out for the teal chicks, bro.
It's money backed. And let me explain to you exactly what's going on. All right, let's start with Climate 200. There's some foreign lobbyist group that just give money to people that parrot their climate change lies. All right, in 2019, they gave the teal chicks like 400 grand. In 2022, it was around $6 million. And then in 2025, it was over $11 million. Up to 75% of their campaigns were funded by Climate 200. And guess which Australian billionaire donates to Climate 200? Mike Cannon-Brookes. That's the same guy who bought an 11% in AGL, forced the board to shut down coal and gas early, and then pushed the green agenda, which is forcing your bills up over 30%. And what do the Teals push? The exact climate script as Albo, Bowen, Labor, the Greens, and Jesus.
I love when auto comments is on, and it always translate Albo as elbow. I always look out for that one. It's so good.
Even the Liberals, they are compromised. And that's not a coincidence. That's coordination, money manipulation. Of course, these teal chicks are only going to parrot climate change madness. They are funded by Climate 200, $11 million in the 2025 election. And this.
All right, here it is. Let's get the research assistant out. Sorry. I know everybody's deep in thought with this one, but I'm just going to have to interrupt your loving of the two worlds collide. So this is your jam, is it, Dilemmas? This is what you like. Move aside Blair, give me more two worlds collide kind of thing. This is your jam. All right, let's have a look here. What do you call it? Climate 200, I think was the name of the lobby group. Is there a green tech / sustainability lobby group in Australia called Climate 200? Yes, there's a group in that name in Australia. Here's a detailed breakdown of what it is. Climate 200 is registered as Climate 200 LT Proprietary Limited, an Australian private company based in New South Wales. It's described as a community crowdfunded initiative that supports independent political candidates who commit to science-based response to climate crisis, restoring integrity in politics, advancing gender equity. It's not a registered political party. It does not select candidates, dictate policies, or have formal membership. Its founder convener is Simon Holmes A Court, who comes from a renewable energy climate advocacy background. It raises funds from a large base of small and medium donors and uses those funds to support community-backed independents, often in so-called teal seats who align with the three principles. Interesting. Okay, what was the name of the guy that he named and shamed before as well? Australia is not for sale. We are not for sale. What did he say?
Campaigns were funded by Climate 200. And guess which Australian billionaire donates to Climate 200? Mike Cannon-Brookes.
Mike Cannon-Brookes. And how does Mike Cannon-Brookes relate to Climate 200? What the hell does equity have to do? Gender equity have to do with climate? I'm confused. Just tuned back in, by the way. Well, welcome back. And we were just recently watching Two Worlds Collide podcast shorts. Mike Cannon-Brookes is indeed associated with Climate 200, and here's how it relates to it. Describes itself as a community crowdfunded initiative that supports political candidates committed to science-based response to climate crisis, restoring integrity in politics, and advancing respect safety for women. Well, there you go. It has a multitude of objectives there, Jerry, for you to wet your whistle on. In an article by the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, it's reported that Cannon-Brookes is a major supporter and donated 50,000 AUD ahead of the 2019 elections. According to Influence Watch, Cannon-Brookes made at least one donation in 2019. Not according to this guy. $11 million. Oh, well, actually, it's $11 million from the organisation, isn't it? Okay. So far, it's all holding up here, what this guy is saying. Not misleading anyone.
That's the same guy who bought an 11% in AGL, forced the board to shut down coal and gas early, and then pushed the green agenda, which is forcing your bills up over 30%. And what do the Teals push? The exact climate script as Albo, Bowen, Labor, the Greens, and Jesus, even the Liberals, they are compromised. And that's not a coincidence, that's coordination.
Yeah, actually, that's a good question for ASA. What is his actual background, this Mike Brookes guy? What is Mike Brookes' industry? What is his business? What is his enterprise, etc., etc.? Tech entrepreneur. Interesting. Technology entrepreneur, co-founder and CEO of, oh my God, he's the Atlassian. He's with that organization. There's another net worth 20 to 25 billion. Ah, interesting. Enterprise software development, Jira, Confluence, Bitbucket, Trello. I've been waiting for a classic cross-reference fact check. LOL. Yeah, I know. I've got to get out the research assistant every now and again. So he comes from the tech world. This is Australia's tech bro aristocracy right here. Hey? Interesting. Become a leading figure in green investment and climate activism in Australia. Proposed one of the world's largest solar farms in the Northern Territory. Generates solar power exported to Singapore via undersea cables. Hey? We can't even have our own sunshine anymore? This is outrageous. So good. Oh my God. Stake in AGL. There it is. 2022, he led an attempt to block AGL's energy demerger, Australia's largest carbon emitting electricity generator. His goal, push AGL towards faster renewable transition rather than splitting it into separate green and fossil entities. The campaign succeeded in stopping the demerger. Later, through Grok Ventures, he acquired 11% stake in AGL, making him the largest individual stakeholder. He's since advocated for closing coal plants earlier and investing in renewables. Interesting. Technocracy much? That's right. At this point, entrepreneur is just a synonym for social media snake oil salesman. Suddenly the Aussie right doesn't seem so extreme after all, eh? Welcome to the party. There it is, eh? Interesting. Very interesting. Look, man, I've already acknowledged this he's using some, classic Marxist socialist class-based talking points here. So no, they don't seem so extreme when they adopt the language of class warfare. As long as they keep it at class warfare, that's the main thing. Eh? Climate capitalist is just describing capitalists. Well, he's not even that. In this modern age, he's the worst type of capitalist. He's a fucking tech bro, an Australian tech bro. Oh my God.
Money manipulation. Of course these teal chicks are only going to parrot climate change madness. They are funded by Climate 200, $11 million in the 2025 election. And this happens in the entirety of the government. They all just parrot whoever's paying to them or whoever's lobbying to them. And what they keep telling you it's about saving the planet? Well, let's look at who really profits from this scam. Who makes the solar panels? Who makes the wind turbine? Who do we give all our coal and gas to?
China.
And we don't even tax it when it leaves our shores? China. And let's connect the dots. Billionaires, well, they fund Climate 200. Climate 200 funds...
Question for the YouTube chat. Are cops our working class allies? Put it to you there, YouTube. You tell us. Avalava, is there such thing as the anti-right-wing pipeline? Is that what this stream is? Discussing their ideas with skepticism and analysis? I don't know, actually. It wouldn't be a bad thing, Avalava. Just putting it out there in terms of, contacting people, etc., something to talk about. But, speaking to these people and getting an understanding of where their ideas are, where they intersect, hey, with the working class agenda and where they, definitely do not. But yeah, it wouldn't be bad, speaking to some of these guys. Imagine going on the Two Worlds Collide podcast. Let's have a chat about the real working class issues out there. Interesting. Very interesting. Blair was a great juxtaposition to lead into Bamford, just to show the real divide in the right. I thought this was a far-right Friday. You're just showing us your Marxian simp friends. Well, he does sound like that in terms of what he's whinging about, like billionaires, that evil billionaire class, and politicians being bought off by lobby groups. This is the guy, okay? He's actually very prominent in the TikTok world, I think. He doesn't get much love by the look of it in YouTube, the YouTube sphere of influence. But outside of that, his shorts go pretty well, I think.
The Teal chicks. The Teals, well, they're paid to push the agenda. Labor and the Greens, well, they lock in because Mike Cannon-Brook orders them to. China ends up cashing in on the whole deal. And then your average Australians, well, you're the one footing the bills. Meanwhile, Canberra is full of corrupted politicians taking orders from billionaires, foreign interests, and lobbyists. Australia First isn't about what these politicians say, it's what they do. And what they do behind...
Yes, he is Tucker Carlsoning it up. Hey, this is Australia's answer to Uncle Tuck Tuck. I'll speak the language that the working class want to hear. Fuck the billionaires.
Behind closed doors. They are working for everyone except you and I. And we know this. And we are continuously letting it happen. But right now, and over the next few months into next year, we draw a line in the sand. And here's that line right now. If you're in Parliament and you put foreign interests before Australians, get the out. If you're funded by billionaires who profit from the green scam, get the out. And if you speak to lobbyists instead of the people who put you into that seat, then get the out. It is Australia first until we die. And it's about time our political class, the ones that we voted in there, well, they wake up and they smell the coffee and they start putting Australia first, behind closed doors, forever and always until we die. It's the people versus the sellouts. It's the workers versus the master puppets. And it's the country. It's us, it's you and I versus the cash. And if you don't like that, get out. Get out of our beautiful sunburnt country. What's your thoughts? All right, you know how these...
What's your thoughts? I love that part at the end. Read my mind, Leonard. Read it. Boo, boo. Cops are just people. It's a necessity to have law enforcement. Issue is when orders from above aren't just, and the cops are forced to choose between their personal interests and versus the public's. I hate this Canberra hate. You guys send these corrupt politicians here. Look who our reps are. Oh, read my mind, Lemma. Sorry, read it. Boo boo. Smell the coffee? This guy's from Melbourne, isn't he? He lost me. Yeah, smell the coffee. Yeah. Why'd he say that? Cops have historically chosen the state, with some exceptions. He's from Adelaide. Oh my God. This is why he's your homeboy. I see. There's no bias in it. No. This is why he's your choice right-wing influencer. Hey, it's an Adelaide solidarity thing. I get it now. I see the picture. It's all unfolding. All right, let's do another one. This is just getting us acquainted with this style of content. All right. I'm not going to watch a whole one of his podcasts. It's too long. I'm sorry. But the rhetoric is important.
Given that many of you white people in here...
All right, this Pakistan-born senator just proves she hates Australia. And anyone saying otherwise, you are completely blind. Right, let me give you some proof on that. Imagine if the roles were reversed. Imagine the outcry. Right, and it doesn't matter who you're racist against. Racism is racism. This chick has to go. She can take her ungrateful, Australia-hating, Pakistan-first attitude back to the desert in Pakistan. And someone needs to remind this moron senator that Pakistan right now are in a border war with the Taliban. Right, so enjoy being racist over in a country where you're about to be in complete and utter war. Right, you are a taxpayer-sucking leech. Grab your shit and get out of my country, you racist. Right, and this is the truth. This language is only allowed in Parliament because we the people let this culture shift happen in Australia over the past decade.
See, for us, if you're still watching, this is the phenomenon we were speaking about the other day about identity politics. So this woman has stood up in Parliament or in the Senate and said, for you white people listening. And so like his argumentation here is it's like, could you imagine if I guess he's saying a white woman had stood up and said, hey, you black people, like kind of thing, then like they would have been obviously in big trouble for calling people out based on their skin color. But because she, calls out white people based on their skin color, there's no ramifications for her calling out whites. And so the phenomenon we were speaking about the other day about the culture wars and like how identity politics truly plays out is kind of epitomized in this piece. He is playing the victim that he's also arguing against at the same time. So he would, I guess, hate kind of left-wing progressive people for always playing the race card and playing the victim. And what he's saying right now is this idea that, hey, it's really unfair that she's allowed to call white people out and be racist against white people. I feel victimized. I feel like I am being targeted here, and I don't like that feeling. And so his argument is the same as any of the identity politics problems that I guess you would say right-wing people have with left-wing people, that they always make everything about race. Well, he's playing into the same game by identifying as the victim in this case, being called out for being white, and then her not having to face any of the ramifications of that. So it's the phenomenon that Ash brings up in her book, and the phenomenon is the victimhood happens on both sides. It has developed into this idea that both sides now are under attack, and they need to be called. They need to. It's a race to who's the bigger victim. Left and right doesn't really matter. Everyone's playing who's the biggest victim, and they use that to anger their supporter base, or like to drum up emotions within their supporter bases so they can get more people to rally behind their causes. There's really not too much difference between the left and the right when it comes to this type of stuff. They both are upset that race is a card, but like nobody wants to stop using it as a weapon because it's really fucking beneficial. Like he can make a lot of people that I'm assuming choose to watch his content really upset by being like, she's calling out white people in the Senate, but like if I did that, you know, I'd be in jail, like kind of thing. You know, can you see the double standard? We are the victim now. We're the minority in our own country, and we need to be protected. Actually, it's worth fighting and dying for, which seems to be his rhetoric. He's like, you know, I want to just grow old and have 5 children and all that sort of stuff, as he was describing before, but I can't do that. I got to use the most productive years of my life to fight for the Australian culture, the Australian identity, for white Australia, basically, before we're pushed out by a bunch of Pakistanis. And bought out by billionaires and like sold out by the Chinese and all that sort of stuff. So it's interesting how, you know, the same tropes are used by both sides, but everyone claims to be completely unique about it. He's making a counterpoint. But ID poll is rank in Parliament. Can we watch Paul Keating-Redford's speech? He said this shit then. No offense to Dilemmas, but Adelaide is a silly place that should not be considered a capital of anywhere. Oh my God, there'd be fighting words, Jerry. We, the white man, brought the drugs and the alcohol. He's lovely. He's a lovely man, though. Okay. People like this say it's all about identity because they don't want to listen to where they may sit of an oppressive power structure. All right. Let us get back to what he's talking about. But like he's offended by the same stuff that she is, which is the phenomenon that Ash Sakara was talking about in that book, Minority Rule. He's as offended by race as she is. They're both playing the exact same card. It's just unfortunate that like if he's so worried about people using the race card, why use the same tactic if it's not, you know, if you're genuine about not wanting race to be an issue, right? And people stop weaponizing it against you, then don't fight fire with fire. Rise above it.
Given that many of you white people in here...
Right, this
claim-
And so like he's not rising above it, obviously. He's going to use the exact same tactics because it works. The victim complex, not white Australia, anyone who isn't Australia first.
In Australia over the past decade.
Yeah, but like he's upset that she's speaking about race and calling out white people and he can't do the same thing. So like I know his rhetoric, he's talking about Australia first, and it's very clever what he's doing. I'm not saying that he's wrong for wanting to put Australia's national interest first, but he is offended by the same stuff he blames his opponents for being offended by, which is race. He's he feels like he's being victimized, and he obviously it's seeding his hatred for victim culture. But he, whether wittingly or not, he is playing the victim here and using that to galvanize his supporter base. First free state, my friend, built by better men who sought a better way of life. Colonel Light, represent. 5108, bitch. Interesting. Represent.
It's unfortunate our she'll be right attitude, well, that has led us to where we are today. But the problem was, every single time that we tried to push back, they labeled us as a Nazi, a bigot, a racist. And guess what? Those words don't work anymore. It's like the boy who cried wolf. If you use those words too many times, like, nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares about being called a racist anymore or a Nazi. No one cares. Right, and here's the truth. Let me explain some.
I don't know, man. Like, you should care if someone calls you a Nazi. Like, you know, come on, I think I understand what you're trying to get at there, but like, you should be worried if someone calls you a Nazi. Like, in your context, like if you're just being like overly policing or something like that, like we used to call school teachers that were, you know, a little bit heavy-handed. We used to call them Nazis because they policed things too heavily. Fine. But like, you know, if you've got, you know, white supremacist style notions and people are calling you a Nazi, that is a fucking problem. All right?
A man has ruined a weekend away with his girlfriend by saying what he was thinking.
Given that many of you white people
wolf. If you use those words too many times, like, nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares about being called a racist anymore or a Nazi. No one cares. Right, and here's the truth. Let me explain some things to you. Politics is downstream of culture. And here's what I mean by that. Imagine culture as a river. It starts in everyday life. Schools, unis, your workplace, your gym, the pubs, footy clubs, wherever. And that's where ideas, attitude, and language, well, that's where it all starts. And if we let hate towards Australia grow in places like that, well, then it just flows downstream into politics, which is happening right now. Politicians don't ever lead the change, they follow it. They get in behind the cultural slipstream. They see what's acceptable on the street, in the classroom, online, and they just adopt it to stay relevant. Like 95% of these politicians are actually cowardly in the way they operate. They see a safe zone and then they get in there. That's why I don't trust many of these people. Anyway, a bit off topic, but that's how we've allowed this poisonous language to enter Parliament, right? It's the same with this Green Senator moron who hates Australia.
This is the victim stuff. Like, oh my God, don't you see? The whole system is against us.
given that many of you
The whole system is against us. Like, the people are getting this indoctrination, my God. They're being indoctrinated from the time they're in school to hate Australia and hate the Australian government. And like, that's us, you know, I guess white folks. We're going to be absolutely squeezed out because the entire societal structure is built around squeezing us out of the system and harboring hate for what is the Australian national identity, i.e., you know, white Australia. And so, like, we got to stop this culture. We got to stop people like this because we are going to be the victims of this societal change. It is a very interesting inversion of the idea. Now, you know, why try to challenge this? Just join it. Like, become the victim, and then we can use the same tactics that we're so worried about, apparently.
Politics, which is happening right now. Politicians don't ever lead the change, they follow it. They get in behind the cultural slipstream. They see what's acceptable on the street, in the classroom, online, and they just adopt it to stay relevant. Like 95% of these politicians are actually cowardly in the way they operate. They see a safe zone and then they get in there. That's why I don't trust many of these people. Anyway, a bit off topic, but that's how we've allowed this poisonous language to enter Parliament, right? It's the same with this Green Senator moron who hates Australia and wants the flag scrapped. And his words only exist in Parliament because we've let the culture fester for over a decade. So you want to hear the fix? Well, us people, you and I, well, we need to change the culture upstream. And you know the biggest fight ahead? Australia Day 2026. Trust me, if we let Australia Day 2026 be defeated, we will never get Australia Day back. So it's your choice, Australia. We either let Australia First rule, or we let senators want to replace the Australian flag and we let them hate our country in our Parliament House. So either we wake up now and we have patriotism like we've never seen before in this country, flags on every single ute, every balcony, every single flagpole, even in your letterbox, because I am certain if we lose the next Australia Day, we'll never get it back. So start prepping now. This is the most important cultural battle of our time. What's your thoughts?
What's your thoughts? I love that little part. Only a decade. Victimized, victimizer. Interesting. Australia First is a new neo-Nazi party, right? Fact check that. Is it? I have to have a look. I don't, not anymore. Not after being told all through school how terrible the white man was for Australia. I know I'm not a Nazi, as I know what a Nazi actually is. Sorry, I missed the reference. I don't, not anymore. Is that in relation to what he was speaking about?
A man has ruined a weekend away with his girlfriend by saying what he was thinking.
Australia First is a new neo-Nazi party. Yeah, the language is interesting though, right? It's gone from, particular ideal, which is kind of related to ensuring the culture survives, to like putting Australia first. That's the wedge. And so it's slippery because, it is important, obviously, to ensure your nation has sovereignty and your rights are protected. Like we've been speaking about this a lot on this stream ever since Albo and Trump, shook hands and did the minerals deal, right? We were mainly concerned about the fact that we're selling off any rights that we have to precious resources that are going to shape the coming decades, if not the rest of the century, in terms of their value, their true value to the world economy. And we were worried about selling out. So like this idea, this package, of rhetoric here, this idea of Australia First gets tied up into that sentiment of like, yeah, we should be looking after our own resources and fighting against a broad-ranging imperialistic capitalist class that will come in and just, preys upon countries that don't have the means to defend themselves, economically, physically, whatever. They don't have the means to defend themselves, and they will probably sell out when necessary. That's a legitimate concern, but the Australian First language is interesting because it takes that concern and like obviously with that concern comes the victimhood mentality of, well, if you really want Australia first, you got to make it for Australians. And what are Australians? And then the debate is like, what do you really mean by, who qualifies as a proper Australian, if you know what I mean? I could be wrong. It's called the White Australia Party. I'll concede when these rights say they hate Australia, they hate you, etc. That's a bit hyperbolic. It's higher up, so to speak, than that. It's just the left believe they are doing the right thing, and that's what makes them dangerous. Same with the extreme right. Same with the BIS, etc. Yes, when people think that they're doing the right thing, they can be incredibly self-righteous, and they don't see anything beyond their own position. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah, absolutely. Because then they feel like they're fully justified in doing anything when they believe that they are right, whether or not that is true or not. And that goes for every side of any side of politics, and all forms of ideology, right? Yeah, this is interesting. So this one's interesting. I think this guy is more influential in the sense of like his stuff does go off on TikTok, so it's obviously being viewed by young people, and he has a podcast and he just interviews people all the time by the look of it, and so he's very influential to, I guess, a crowd of people that are into long form content and potentially an older crowd as well, so potentially like millennials and above, I would say. And so his type of rhetoric, which doesn't seem overt like your Blair Cottrell or something like that, it's still similar type of rhetoric though. It's just it's behind the veil of Australia First. Like, let's just concentrate on us. But what he doesn't really explicitly say is what he means by us. And the us that he has been explaining in this one, and why this one is important, is, and it's called the culture battle for Australia starts now, is that there is an Australia that is us, and it is being squeezed out, and it is worth defending that. So when I say Australia first, I mean a particular type of Australian, and he's juxtaposing it to this Pakistani woman over here who calls out white people for being white. So, like, you know, it's slippery slope stuff, and that's why it's into the right-wing pipeline. And it's important to call out, kind of thing, because it is, while it's grounded in some reality, it's also a wedge for other issues. Now we're going to go back to ye old Thomas Sewell, actually. Sewell, and I can never know how to say his name correctly. Thomas Sewell, let's go with that. And so that we're going to stay with the contemporary here. This was his speech that got him a lot of attention, I guess you would say, at the March for Australia protests or rallies, whatever you want to call them, in Melbourne. And so he then went on with his buddies to kind of attack an Indigenous encampment in Melbourne, like just after, I guess, doing this speech. And then he was arrested subsequently after that for his violent undertakings on the day in question. Now, I don't know if he's actually incarcerated or he's due to face some type of trial or something like that, but this was his speech, and this garnered a lot of controversy at the time, because people were like, why are you letting an overt neo-Nazi platform in a public space, like on the steps of Parliament House, kind of like, why are you letting them speak kind of officially? And so, like, obviously that ensues with a discussion on freedom of speech and freedom of expression, specifically, like, do you allow then an overt neo-Nazi, someone who, you know, we saw the propaganda piece at the start, we saw their promo ad, like, they're calling for war. So it's not like they're just speaking about things ideologically, they are speaking in the language of warfare, and warfare is obviously the language of violence. They are calling to, by, you know, any means necessary kind of thing, deal with the fact that we need to save white Australia from an invasion. So this is the language of warfare. So, like, do you allow someone who's potentially, and, you know, uses that language to incite violence and has been involved in violent acts themselves, do you give them a platform? Because there is a delineation between freedom of expression and language that is used to incite violence. There is a distinction between those two things, and freedom of expression does have limitations where you are calling for violent behavior. So this is the speech that he made that caused a lot of controversy and allowed him to then, you know, go through the streets, and then subsequently they followed up with that action. So let's have a listen, because this was iconic, I think, because people were really arming and ahhing, you know, debating on whether these people should be given a platform in the first place in the public sphere. So let's see what Tommy has to say. Okay? Again, the Keating Redfern speech is the exact same thing Maureen is saying, but about white people and the Aboriginal population. This guy thinks he can't say it. He's ignorant or lying. And then he just happened to stumble across Jacinta Allen while he was doing a press conference in the park. Gee whiz, what a coincidence. Who would have thunk it? Seems to me like these people care more about how they feel when they're called out for their ideology and mask it as their identity to make themselves out to be the victim. This is the importance of the victim. It helps justify anything. If you're under attack, if you can kind of, you know, redirect the energy of the victim culture and, like, use it for your own means, it's incredibly powerful stuff. I think that is an interesting point there, is that, like, they have a particular bent and way of looking at the world, and they have particular outcomes, and they can't justify it through just general rhetoric. It has to take on the language of victimization and almost the sense of the minority. They are now a minority in their own country, and so like we are under attack. We must solve this problem before it's too late. There's an imposing doom of victimization that comes with the language, and so they're weaponizing it, and it seems to be getting people interested. It seems to be sparking attention. But like this one, let's have a look at why this one, why people were so kind of attuned to whether or not this should be taking place or not.
Thank you. Our last final speaker for today is Thomas Sowell. Sometimes in life, you have to fight. Sometimes in life, there is a struggle. Now, you might not like the guy's favorite color or his particular opinions of history, but when you're in a fight with people that hate this country, sometimes you have to learn to make friends. I am aware of the fact that we are a controversial and antagonistic group to the government. I'm aware of the fact that the media and the academic...
It's us versus the big bad government. It's an interesting situation. Again, you set yourself up and you make sure that people understand that there are big ramifications, there's big stakes here at play. It's an interesting one. And he's calling it out. He's like, look, just because you don't like the way we dress, like the signatures we have on us, the symbols that we use, and our interpretation of history, I wonder what that means. It doesn't mean you can't ally with us in taking care of the problem. So this is broad-reaching solidarity discussion here. Like, you don't have to agree with us on everything, but come with us. It's important, and it's very clever rhetoric. It's very clever rhetoric.
And the system and the banks, I'm aware that they hate us.
And the banks.
I'm aware that the average Australian watching on television doesn't understand what we're doing all the time. I'm aware of that. And I've copped a lot of hate for it, and so have my men. But today, we had to prove a point. Today, our men stood in the front of the march, and when the Palestinians and the communists came charging at the Aussie flags, it was our men that fought back.
So this is very, very different to the one that I went to in Sydney. Very different vibe. So we saw those soldiers before, right at the start of the stream. If you were here for it, they had 150 supposedly men dressed in black carrying torches marching through someone's backyard, by the look of it, someone's rural property. And so like they had soldiers, foot soldiers at the front of the lines ready to fight the Palestinian, the counter-protesters for the March for Australia rally. Very, very different vibe, this one.
Australia is in a fight for its survival. It might not be bullets and guns and bombs. It may be hearts and minds and information. And everything that we do is for Australia. It's for our nation. I'm not asking you to agree with me on everything. What I'm asking you to respect is that we need to put fighters at the front. I get asked all the time, what does it mean to be Australian? People ask me about pieces of paper, and I say to them that Australia is not a passport, it's not a piece of paper, it is a folk, it is a people, it is born, it is bred, and it belongs to us. Australia is beset on all sides by ginormous empires of the third world. We don't have to hate these people or set them up as our enemy. But there are 1.4 billion Chinamen and 1.4 billion Indians, and there are billions of other people in this world, and they all have a nation. They all have a home. And if we allow ourselves to be replaced and displaced in this land, if we do not maintain our demographics, if we do not stop immigration, then our death is certain.
Hail, there it is. This is hilarious, knowing he's a Kiwi. That's why I said that. It's so good. I did it. I came here, and look at me now. Yeah, but like, look, and here is the victim complex. It's like, look, everybody else has it. The Chinaman has it. The Indians have it. All the other third worlders, they've got their own country. Why can't we have a country? It's like we are the victim. Don't you understand? And like that type of language, it really does work nicely. They are borrowing that language from the people they really attest to hate so much. All those teal chicks that they were talking about before, and people like that. Like they use this idea of victimization to kind of make people, to whip people into a frenzy. And it's like, they've all got a country, but you're not allowed to have one. That's fucked, isn't it? Isn't that fucked up? Don't you feel passionately about that? Let's do something about it, please. The NSN's issue is that they think everyone who starts looking at the class war will always go down the path they did. But a lot of us actually got hugged by our mothers, so their rhetoric is just dumb. Is that what it boils down to, do you reckon? A lot of these guys had tough childhoods, didn't get enough love and tender care, and now it's time to fight for it, right? He doesn't care about Australian heritage. Also knowing that he took a mob to attack sacred Indigenous site after this. Yeah, that's what I was saying before, like they went after this, and yes, and this is why the broader issue people has been ruined by this douchebanger. Just ignore that we won't let Aboriginal people have their country. Indians can be okay. Nice, friendly one made my Guzman burrito this morning. I respect the hustle. There it is. That's working class solidarity. There it is. It's all about who makes the burrito and who's doing the hustle. They will look at this guy and say Adam, and say they will look at this guy and say Adam, and say oh, we can now discount everything people said in the march. Yeah, that's unfortunate, because there are economic concerns and they're not going to go away. So as these people feel like they're not being listened to at all, yeah, because of this fuckwit, but like, you know, they feel like they're not being listened to at all, then they get more and more upset.
We are here today to set aside our minute differences on historical events or versions of ideology. We are here as Australians, proud and true and thoroughbred.
Hail.
In this struggle for life, our nation must secure its existence. And the first and most reasonable step to secure not the politicians' Australia, not this new Australia that they're trying to build, but our Australia, the Australia we were bred in and raised in. If we want
Thoroughbred, said a Kiwi. That's hilarious. Bad customer service makes me turn racist. I mean, people had ruined that before these guys marched. If you see an oppressive power structure and blamed other people instead of the system, then you're the problem. It was ruined once people had turned that blame on immigrants.
Secure our Australia, not their Australia. If we want to secure our Australia, and not Parliament's Australia, then we have to stop immigration and become a nation once again. If we wish to survive as a nation, we must organise. I'm not asking anyone here to join my organisation. The fighters will go to the front, and I saw that today. But for everyone else that's here, you need to organise. You came down here as individuals.
Is this like a Canadian coming to the States and preaching MAGA rhetoric? I guess kind of. Well, yeah, actually, saying things like make America great again. It's very, very similar to that. And it's interesting because after he got arrested, after this march, after they attacked, they tried to enact a clause that we have in our immigration agreements with New Zealand, and people that get charged with crimes can be deported back to New Zealand. And so I think they tried to get rid of him, actually, or they're investigating how to get rid of him. But like, yeah, I don't know when he came here, but it's funny how staunch he is in his thoroughbred style language. When I'm not sure if he is a thoroughbred, I guess, because he wasn't even bred here. Let's not argue about what goes into the breeding. It's just the location of where the breeding happened. Maybe he wasn't bred here at all. Very interesting.
Came down here with your close friends. We need to come down together as communities, as churches, as footy teams, as workplaces, and as political organisations. I'm not here to sell you t-shirts. Those people are rallying on a different day. Sorry, there's a disruption. There's a communist trying to get to the stage. My final point to all of you.
Fucking communists. They're the worst. Is he crashing on Voltatore's couch now? I don't know. I haven't seen Voltatore in ages. I got to reach out, see if he has been crashed by Mr. Sewell over here. How does he know he's a communist? I don't know. It was like when I was at the last March for Australia, these people were just like, yeah, die commies kind of thing. And I went and asked them at the end. I was like, what do you mean by that? I heard you saying that you're upset by the communist takeover kind of thing. And like they were just like, government overreach. And I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. But like, yeah, anyone who is a disturber of their little peace parade over here is a dirty commie. Just use the C word. That'll work.
My final point, and this is what I want you to go home with, is that next time we do this rally, you come as an organisation, you meet friends here today, you connect with people online that share your values and your vision of what you want Australia to be. And we sit at the table and we allow each other to speak. And next time, representatives from your organisation stand up here and speak in front of Australia and in front of the world.
This is exactly the same rhetoric that was happening at the second March for Australia that I went to as well. They were asking people, look, don't come back to one of these things unless you organise. And this is really interesting. I don't know if you're listening to this, Avalava, or you've ducked in and ducked out. But this is the type of stuff that's going on. Like, how do you actually organise? Like, there's a lot of rhetoric going on generally about the idea of organisation. Like, you can go to as many rallies as you want. You can sit in as many live streams as you want. But it's all fucking goes for nothing unless you organize. And so the language, not only the working class rhetoric is borrowed from things like the actual socialist movements, the communist movements and all that sort of stuff. Not only the rhetoric, the working class rhetoric do they borrow, the National Socialists, but they borrow and they understand the organizing tactics as well. There's praxis. It's all theory until you put it into practice. And so like it's the exact same fucking playbook. It's It's the exact same playbook, and it's unashamed, I would say, how they understand that, you know, it is socialist working culture. It is the stuff like Marxist working culture from yesteryear that has delivered them the playbook that they're speaking now. I guess they won't admit it, but like, you know, if you knew enough about the history of all this sort of stuff, what he's asking for is working class organization. He wants people to come back as groups of people that are organized, not just a rabble with their flags. Who say, you know, chant Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Keen for Oz to kick this guy out. Yeah, well, it's all about organization. Common sense or communism. There it is. That's the dichotomy. That's what you have to live with, ladies and gentlemen. Common sense or communism. My issue is all of the above. If you don't see the racist dog whistles just as a bigger threat, then it could be a mark of your own privilege. We don't have a crystal ball of how to solve the culture war. We should be focusing on the class war. Common sense or communism. Hey, it's common sense or communism.
This is only the beginning. You must organize. You must form groups. They don't care if you're complaining. They ignore you. The people that are hurting this country, the people that are destroying it, the people that have caused your suffering, the people pushing us out of housing, the people pushing us out of our neighborhoods, they don't care. They do not care about your complaining. The only thing they will listen to is your organizing. When you organize into groups, then they fear you. Then they attack you. Then they come after you. If we want to see change, if we want to enforce the future that we want as a nation, it's not about voting Liberal or Labor and changing it up every 3 years. It's about Australians coming together as communities and voicing their politics in the home, in the workplace, and in their community events, and having the strength to put forward what they believe and not allow these wokes to rule over us and tell us what we're to think.
Yeah, it is obviously in the name, almost as if NSN stands for National Socialist Network, LOL. It's kind of implied in the name. Yeah, obviously. But like, did you see when there was a little bit of a disturbance in the crowd, what was the first catch cry? Communist, get him. Like, they obviously hate communists with a passion. Like, it's so visceral, the hatred, but they're more than happy to not only use their name in their own name, but like take their tactics and their rhetoric too. Like, it doesn't that seem kind of just a little bit strange? Like a little bit contradictory? Like, how do you reconcile that as these people? They passionately hate the evil communists, but they're happy to use all of their rhetoric, tactics, and design to bring people over to their cause, because they know this is how you win over working people with their interests at hand. What you do with that, once you've got it, is the real differentiation there. And they're obviously just weaponizing those tried and proven class war tropes and tactics to get people to follow their narrative. It's unscrupulous. And it's riddled with contradictions. It's just funny that they would, that crowd will tear a little commie to pieces, but their entire movement is built upon that structure, and they don't want to acknowledge it. Shh, we don't talk about it. We don't mention that stuff. Culture war and class war is the same thing. It's oppressive power structures that hold us all back. If you don't focus on both, you leave people behind. And that's not solidarity. It's not the same thing. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. I could never work out that dichotomy, how that dichotomy is supposed to work. Shouldn't you be on the same side. The current dominant culture is Western imperial capitalism. That's why it's the same war. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think that's a separate conversation for another time.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Aussie, Aussie.
Boom, brr. Such a good sound effect. Boom, brr. All right. So we've gone kind of old school, we've gone contemporary. Let's continue the contemporary train, but we're going to take someone who, you know, is an interesting character. I'm not going to say, I think Dilemma has actually introduced me to this person just before March for Australia, actually. And this guy's called Joel Jamal. And here it is. Joel Jamal, 15k subs, 51 views in 3 days. Socialism sounds great. The left's hypocrisy exposed. So I don't know much about Joel, to be honest. But like I've seen him talk on different things, like on a podcast. I've seen some of his videos before. There's some other videos that he's got that are like way more, like he's got, you know, hundreds of thousands of views of some of them, but like they're from like 5-6 years ago. I don't know if they're relevant anymore, but like he seems to just interview people as part of his program, and then like he'll clip stuff from his interviews and his live streams and all that sort of stuff. So let's have a look at how this person frames it, because I think they have a bit of notoriety. I don't think their current views really demonstrates like kind of the clout that comes with his name. And he does, like I said, he frequents other people's podcasts and live streams and all that sort of stuff. So he's entrenched in this kind of right-wing online space. And I think he's more of a general conservative than like some of the hardcores we've been watching today, as in like, you know, hard left, far left, like, you know, overt national socialists. He's definitely not of that ilk, but he's definitely a conservative. I'm pretty sure he's the guy who has started the Australian chapter of Turning Point. So his, I guess, mission is to be Charlie Kirk down under, I guess you would say. People don't riot when they are wealthy, regardless of culture wars. So when bad governance leads to poorer outcomes, ...
And so the left have been white-anting it and turning up at these pre-selections. That's what you're saying?
No. The party itself, there is without the base, if you like, the members having any real say, inevitably the politicians will go left because they want to please people. Socialism sounds great.
Yes. Yep.
How good is Joel? I could give you money from these people over here.
Yeah.
And I'm giving you the money or the benefits or whatever. How good is that? Aren't we all working together? You know, so there you go.
Free healthcare, free this, free that. We should have a minimum wage of $25 an hour. It's beautiful.
And the government's to do everything for you. So what the Canadians have done is the same as...
So like, is he against free healthcare? Like, is that what we can gather from this one already, Joel? There's a problem with free healthcare. I don't know if most people would actually agree with that. Like, even right-wing people in Australia, I think they would be happy to maintain universal healthcare. Maybe I'm not as informed as I thought I was. So many people agree socialism sounds great. How many people say that capitalism is great, right? I know. Like, look, it sounds great in theory, but so many people just loving it. Who is this man, and why does he refuse to be near rays of the sun? Which one? Both. It's the pasty wars over here.
What the LNP does and the Liberal Party in the other states, but they never have competitive or rarely have competitive pre-selections. The second thing is the Canadian, I'll get on to that, and I'll cover that now. What must happen in the rules change is that there must be a pre-selection.
Cool girls love capitalism. Eh? Yeah, capitalism is great if you have a pink shirt on, right? Cool girls for capitalism.
At least 12 months before the next election. No excuses. The only people who vote, one vote, one voting, the only people who vote are the members in that area. You know, if it's Cairns or it's down here, whatever the seat is, those people vote. Then you do a second thing, as they've done in Canada. The members themselves then decide who the leader is. And this is the wisdom of crowd stuff. Right? You know, politicians say, oh, only we know who's going to be good at doing it. Oh, what bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crowds are pretty good at it. You know, I don't know whether you ever played team sports or not. You must play football.
Yeah.
Everyone knows who the captain is.
Absolutely.
Right?
There's an aura about them.
Everyone knows. Sometimes it might be one, there might be two. There's never half a dozen. Every team has a captain and everybody in the team knows who the captain is. We have an innate ability to pick leaders. It's a survival trait. You know, that's how we survived as tribes, by...
It's human nature. There it is. Get onto the fucking socialism. Come on. It sounds great. Left's hypocrisy exposed. Come on. I feel personally attacked. I could use my shins as flashbangs when I enter a room. Apologies. Eh? Apologies. Deepest apologies, my good sir.
So you're going to be the leader, you're going to take us out of here, and we'll follow you blindly.
Right.
And we saw that in the COVID thing. Sure. So the members get to vote and they decide. So you pay, in Canada it's $15, equivalent to $20 here. So you pay $20. You get to decide, A, because you bring local government to this as well. If the local area wants to run in local government, okay, then you get this. If you're in your ward, then some guy says, I want to run for the LNP. Okay, you'll vote on whether he's the guy or whether someone else will be. And then you also do the same for the local member and for the leader. And if you go to federal, you'd have the members voting for the senators. This is what the kerfuffle's about. The senators have a lot of power because they're all elected by the delegates of the parties under different sets of rules. So what we've got to do is take all of the pre-selection, all the selection of politicians out of the hands of everyone other than the members. Sure. It's simple. Now, it's not easy because every single politician is opposed.
That's right. And the empire will strike back 100%.
Oh, no, this will be... they're going to hate me. But I'm not doing it for them. I've got great-grandchildren. I'm doing it for them. What we've got to do is make the politicians responsible to somebody. The people that are selecting them. But after all, a political party is about a group of...
Yeah, sorry, I think you're ignoring the significance of them both having swords. This is certainly a big deal in discerning their character. Yeah, fair enough. Look, okay, I think they're in the same studio. I reckon they're in the same studio. But like someone's decorated the walls with swords, and many are swords by the look of it. So yes, I do apologize. They have swords in their office backgrounds. Somebody say something about the swords. And it is important to understand the character of someone, right? I agree with the Medicare levy to pay into the system. The issue is the over-regulation in other areas of government. Yeah, Medicare levy to pay into the... Well, like everyone pays into the system regardless through their taxes. And then the levy is on top for people that have enough in terms of their means and don't get into the private system, so they get double. They get hit up twice. I've considered the swords and the depth of the unibrow.
A mob of people getting together and saying, these are the policies that we want pursued. We'll raise some money and we'll get these people into Parliament so that what we want will come into law.
Yeah.
Now, this has changed it because the government has got involved. And this is a major problem because
Yep.
The money they're getting is huge. I mean, I went to...
If I can just take 20 seconds of your time, I apologise for interrupting this clip. If you'd like to support Turning Point Australia and what we're doing to help keep the lights on and keep the work
Turning Point Australia.
It's the other shiny merch. That's fine for as little as $4 a month.
Because I was a delegate, I hadn't been up for 10 years. And the Treasurer gave this report, didn't give us a number. No, he would have been told to do that. I mean, everyone knows the LNP in Queensland's got around $30 million because you've got this formula that anyone can work it out. And all the other divisions of the Liberal Party would probably similarly flush.
Yeah.
They don't know.
Also, the quick nod when old man said, "You've obviously played team sports." That was a lie. Those eyebrows do not lend themselves to athleticism. Everyone in the room knows it. I used Levy Lucy. I agree with Medicare. NDIS is a bit different. Right, okay. Yeah. Loosely. I use Levy loosely. Sorry. Yeah, you don't reckon he's a team sports kind of guy? I don't know. Not giving off that vibe.
Need members. Right? And that's the view of a lot of them.
Yeah, they want to keep it tight, easy to control.
Yeah.
There's less members, they know
Now, what they're talking about here, I've got to agree with it. Okay, the current bourgeois political system that we have. Well, let's talk about the Australian specific system. We have the parties that, like the major parties, what they're talking about, Labor, Liberal, National, whatever. Like they have the branch, and the branch is full of members, and the members should decide what the policy is, and then choose in the pre-selection part of the race. They should choose who should be the representative amongst them from their cohorts, from their ranks, chosen for by the local members, the people of that locality, that region, what have you. They should be deciding who to put forward in the election race, and then that person will actually be way more attuned to whatever policy decisions the people want in that locality, as opposed to having these career party people, which happens in the bourgeois political system, where they want to be career politicians because they align with some type of agenda, maybe some business lobby group or some agenda from some other special interest group, and they're like, oh, I'm going to run for Liberal, or I'm going to run for Labor, or whatever, put me in to a branch somewhere, get me on the ballot. I can just say I'm from this area. And the career politicians, it's the career politicians versus the people that are selected by the members themselves that actually come up through the ranks and want to be politicians because they have decided that they want to change some problem in their area. They want to make some policy change, and so their politics stems organically from the fact that they want to represent local issues. And so this is just the problem with the bourgeois system itself. You have people that want to get involved in politics because they have a gripe with policy, and then you have those people that are literally careerists. They want to make sure that they are in politics because it suits some broader agenda. And that's what they're arguing. They're talking about. We need to allow members to be in control, and that'll make politics organic again. I don't even think that's just an issue left versus right, Liberal or Labor or whatever. It's more of an issue with the way that bourgeois politics unravels itself, to be honest. Can't career politicians become a union boss if they don't get a seat? That's funny. I love the smell of nuance in the evening. That, or if they don't vote left, just become a board member of their dad's company. Exactly. Like, why go into politics anyway? Just become a board member. A stepping stone, I mean.
Well, eventually you're inviting reform.
Yeah.
A reform movement. So Heath and I are actually starting not a new party. It's not a ruse for a new party.
An institution.
They're setting up an institution. It'll be called the LNP or the Liberal or Liberal Party, Liberal Reform Association. Okay. Right? And this will just be the mechanism because the party structure across Australia is fractured. There's a sort of the federal division is, if you like, a separate entity, and it's hard to work out who actually elects the president. Basically, I went down to 2 federal conferences going back, 10, 12 years ago. I went down because I was a mate. All the appointments seemed to be just mates. Who could go? You want to go, Hakey? Yeah, right, I'll go.
Upstairs versus downstairs. It's more the issue in Oz than the US. Americans can't get past their big emotions, hey? Stabbing at the Americans there. This doesn't sound like they've taken a stab at the hypocrisy of the left at all. They're just talking about politics, and they spoke about it like for 5 seconds. Did they coordinate these ties? I know, this is fucking lame. Joel Jamal, pick up your game, bro. That was awful title work there. All right, so this is an older one of Jamal's, and one that, like, I guess has helped build his little empire here. It's probably because he's got Pauline Hanson in there. But, like, this is from 4 years ago, and it's had 3,500 views. So, yeah. We'll try and I want to get a spectrum of Jamal and understand him a little bit better.
I finished university in 2018 with the University of Technology, Sydney. Now, my final essay that I wrote was a socialism versus capitalism debate, believe it or not. And I used to be a former socialist during school, and then halfway through I became more conservative. Now, at the conclusion of my exam, I was handed a pink piece of paper. It was.
I don't know if this guy. Do you believe that? Do you reckon he was ever a socialist at university? I don't know about that.
It said on one side, "Do you want your results?" And then if you turn it over, it says, "Complete the mandatory sexual consent online course." What's that? Well, what you had to do in order to receive your marks for that semester was you had to go online and complete a course which taught men not to rape. Let me put it that way. It was a sexual consent course. Now, in 2018, they said they weren't going to release my marks if I didn't complete it. I said, no, there's no damn way you're going to withhold my degree, because it was my final semester, from me getting it. And I thought if it was not my last semester, I would have had problems. So I thought no one would confront this again until I'd come back from my master's. Turns out another student did confront it, and I put him in contact with Mark Latham, who's been trying to cover these sorts of things in his religious freedom bill, which is kudos to Mark. Well done. It's a very well written bill. I talked with Dr. Con Kafataris last week on my Thin Ice show about it. He's done.
Loves a lefty becoming a conservative trope. Yeah, I know. I rolled my eyes immediately. Yeah, do you reckon though? Like, I don't know. Like, it's a good one because everyone's just like, oh wow, he made a change kind of thing. You know, he did the right thing. But like, is it legit?
A very good job. And that's the reality of what's going on in our university campuses. This young man that I introduced to Mark, he said I would not complete that test. And because of that, they weren't going to let him graduate. They were withholding all of his marks, and he can't get a job without the piece of paper. So I hesitate when I tell people, when I started uni, I said, go for it, go to uni. Now I hesitate, and it's really sad.
I'm glad.
Turning point. There it is. Hey, that's Charlie Kirk's memory living on there. It's like, do you really need university? Do you need university? What about you? Hey, you're being sold a lie. Socialist like I am. I believe in social programs, maternity leave, universal healthcare. Well, then you're a fucking socialist, especially according to the Fox Business News broadcast that we were watching yesterday. Hey? I think having government employees, or too many government employees in New York City, means that it was pretty much a socialist hellhole, I think. So if you believe in these things, you're a fucking socialist, man. Social programs, maternity leave, universal health care, dilemmas. What happened to you, man?
Shared that with myself and probably a lot of other viewers that are watching this, because we have no idea what is actually happening. by hearing this information, that's where I'll take it back and I'll talk to the ministers and see what we can actually do to clean this up. And another big problem that's been raised with me is the kangaroo courts that's used at the universities. So do you, Dave, I'm sorry, I don't want to take
the kangaroo courts, was it?
Yeah, kangaroo courts.
I've got some.
Pauline,
we're having
a great time. It's a whole ball of fun watching you listen to these guys. It won't go on forever. Don't worry. You've got liberty for now, though.
I've got something on that.
Raised with the minister, what I've heard is that about the kangaroo courts that are actually happening at universities, and if we
Socialist
can
libertarian,
pull them into line
so
that
good.
we,
That's my stream. Nah, that's to this stream, right? Yes, socialist libertarian.
this is not allowed to happen at the universities. If there's taxpayers' dollars going to the universities, I'm sorry, there has to be guidelines, and you can't allow this to go on.
Pauline, in terms of the kangaroo courts, if you don't mind, Dave, very briefly, the standard of proof in these kangaroo courts is significantly lower. Now, we're seeing that in real time with Drew Pavlo, and he's being incredibly maligned in that case. Now, in the cases of rape cases, for example, in university, or sexual assault cases, the standard of proof, rather than allowing the criminal courts to take care of this, there is a significant legal...
Why this is making this guy think twice about going to uni? What's he done that makes him feel so uncomfortable with talking about rape culture and how that works? Isn't the guy with the mo, isn't he the young lib guy? I don't know. Is he? And isn't that like a national politician as well? The guy that's just left of him, the one with the conservative kind of broadcasting in the background. I don't know if he's still a politician or not. Like a national, I think.
Push in our campuses to push kangaroo courts. So let me give you an example from the US. In what they're trying to what they actually did, and now they're scaling back kangaroo courts in the US. Is for example, if a young lady says that Barclay did this and that to me, and they had intercourse, and the next morning they trade texts and say that was great, this and that. If she changes her mind and has regretful intercourse and changes her mind and lodges a complaint with the university,
intercourse
in the kangaroo court, those texts that they sent across saying I had a great time, and she also says, yeah, it was really great, let's do it again. He couldn't use that as evidence. Whereas in the criminal courts, that would 100%, in fact, that's often gotten the young man off, because often these things come down to he said, she said situations, whereas these texts offer insight into the motives of both people after the deed was done. Just to give you an example.
And if I can jump in on the topic of kangaroo courts, as you're talking about, Pauline.
We will keep it to 60 seconds, though, but you get the last word.
Yeah, definitely. So, Drew Pavlo is really one of my close friends here on campus. And prior to being suspended, he also served with me on the...
Definitely had a lot of regretful intercourse. Well, make sure you keep some type of, message bank to back that one up, Jag, just in case you ever need it. According to Jamal.
And if you think about it from a political perspective, myself and Drew are essentially polar opposites. So it would have benefited me politically for him to have been suspended, because it means that he can't run for the union elections, and with his large following, he likely would have ended up president. But the issue that I want to canvass, and the reason why I'm in full support of Drew, is because free speech isn't political, it's principle. And I think that's something that we all should stand by. And, that's why I'm lending my support to Drew Pavlo, even though we're chalk and cheese.
Man, I just can't get into his content. I'm sorry. Jamal, he's not doing it for me. He's definitely not doing it for me. Looks like he went Me Too movement, then COVID, then deep into politics. I just don't add it to my spank bank. All right, so this is the Australian right-wing pipeline. People asked, they wanted different stuff to what we were doing last week, I guess, and we got it. Now, this one is, let's do a teaser. This guy, Joel Davis, okay? Check him out if you haven't already. He's got a mullet, which says enough. Not that there's anything wrong with mullets, But this one's called Joel Davis Exposes the Marxist Strategy Since World War II. Like, just get a taste for this guy, because we're going to watch something else of his. And, like, it's not going to be nice. This is probably the more hardcore stuff, I guess.
And like, there were also many, like, you know, Jewish Marxist academics who put forward that, you know, previously the Marxist idea was, you know, prior to World War II, that the working class of Europe would rise up and revolt against the capitalists, overthrow the capitalist system and institute a socialist system. And what instead happened is that the working class of Europe during the Great Depression, when they were put under pressure, they instead backed the fascists, they backed the National Socialists, they crushed the communists, and then tried to fight a war against the communists to push them out of Europe, which was basically what World War II was, really, like if you look at it from that perspective. And so their view was, okay,
is that true though, bro? I think they actually signed a peace agreement with the communists to buy some time while they actually fought Western allied capitalists and took over Western Europe, and then they turned on the communists. Actually, they were opposed to the communists from the start, but they didn't want to take them on. And so they signed a peace agreement with them, or pact. Let's call it a pact. Interesting take on history, though. Interesting.
How do we basically adapt to this? Because clearly, like, the white working class aren't our guys. And so their solution was, okay, well, we can create a coalition of immigrant non-whites, of feminists, basically adapt to this. Communists to push them out of Europe, which was basically what World War II was, really, like if you look at it from that perspective. And so their view was, okay, well, how do we basically adapt to this? Because clearly, like, the white working class aren't our guys. And so their solution was, okay, well, we can create a coalition of immigrant non-whites, of feminists, of gay, like homosexuals, etc. We can create a coalition of all of these groups and then use them as a kind of battering ram against these European societies and overthrow them that way. That was literally what they wrote.
Everybody against the whites, basically, it seems like.
Yeah, against the white family. So they allied with, like, white feminists.
When I was in college, I learned about something called the Zone of Death, a 50-square-mile section of Yellowstone National Park in Idaho.
Get fucked. So annoying. I don't know why it's doing that. It's so sensitive.
And like,
everybody
also
be
many,
the
like,
whites.
because it was about destroying the white family, and they explicitly said that the white patriarchy, that like a white patriarchal family was inherently fascist or something. So we got to attack Christianity, we've got to attack the religious foundation, we've got to attack, like, the literal foundation of the family through feminism. We've got to stop whites from breeding through, you know, whatever, promoting degeneracy, and break it down, create this larger and larger coalition that can stand against them, and then use that coalition, which is what we're seeing now. So that's part of it. Also, there were Jewish elements in, like, for example, in Australia, you've got Walter Lippmann, who was, like, basically a top Jew in, you know, the kind of Jewish community organization representation groups in the 1950s, who started promoting multiculturalism as far back as the 1950s, even though it wasn't really realized until the 1970s as official policy in Australia, saying that, well, Jews don't really like being a minority in an Anglo-Australian, like, kind of Christian-dominated society. We're the odd man out. Like, they could turn on us at any time. We have no power. What we want to do is start bringing in other cultures, and then Jews and Anglos can just be two cultures among many, and this is a much better situation for Jews.
But they always push for an ethno-state in Israel with closed borders.
And
people love pointing that one out. It's just like, the Jews have got their own ethno-state. Why can't I have an ethno-state? So good. So, like, that was it. That was the Marxist strategy since World War II, has been let me just make sure I've gotten this one down, Pat. So once the working class went fascist in Germany, the Marxists and the leftists out there realized that the white working classes of the world prefer fascism, and they're never going to go socialism or communism, and so they had to ally with everybody else, the women, the gays. Who else did he list there? What other group? I guess the minorities or people that are culturally different to the white working classes. They allied with all of them, the socialists, to bring about the demise of white culture, I think he was saying. And so they were bringing in policies to stop them from breeding, to destroy the white family, to destroy Christianity. And it's been this coalition ever since that has been against whites, or white people, I guess. And that's what the Marxist strategy has been since World War II. Very interesting. That is really, like, it really explains a lot when you speak to people and they're just like, Marxism, scary kind of thing. Like, if that's what you think the Marxist strategy has been since World War II, is to basically destroy the white race through gays, darkies, and what else do they use there? People. I guess people that are against religion or Christianity, and that's what you think Marxism is. Then no wonder why people are fucking terrified of this. It's great replacement theory stuff. Yeah, this does not make sense. So good. Pit Vipers were on the way back for blokes. Now Davies has made it like rocking that mo. A super shaky premise to start this argument. I'd say Aussie right wing is way removed to what it was prior to Trump getting elected. The signaling has changed a lot. It was very culture wary. Now it's very class based, at least for me. Yeah, interesting. Well, I don't know about for this guy. This guy's deep in the culture wars there. The gays, the darkies, and the anti-religious folk out there are out here to destroy the white family, I guess, is the story there. Right? Deep in the culture wars. There's not much class-based discussion going on there at all, really. Now here's some context, okay? That's what this guy is down with. That's what he likes to get down with, yeah. Let's get down with that. Now, here is his more recent work, let's call it. We're going to use this to finish off the main part of the stream today. Strap yourself in. I don't know if I can watch the whole of this or not, but like, I forgot. Is Russia not part of Europe? Yeah, I know. Is Russia not part of the white race? Like, I think all those evil commies. Eh? Are they not white enough for you? Eh? All right. So he needs to check his geography. How about this bloke's hairdo? I suspect that fringe hides more forehead. Oh my God. And what about the mullet then? Eh? Don't worry about the fringe, bro. It's all business there. This is party at the back. All right. Okay. So this is a Joel Davies speech. Okay. Now strap yourself in. Strap yourself in. Because this is, I think, one of the more hardcore ones that we're going to hear today. This is just overt Nazi rally stuff. So, if you're worried about this type of stuff, look away now. The mullet is acceptable. That's part of the problem. Both sides of the media want to paint it as culture war, and unfortunately, a lot go for it. But yeah, like, strap yourself in. If you're, you don't want to watch or associate with this type of stuff, like, look away now. But like, this is as hardcore. It's different to the promo piece that we watched at the start. This is just, I guess, him speaking about his Nazism, really, and what needs to be done, if you know what I mean. So strap yourself in.
To the Nazi capital. Welcome to the Nazi capital of Australia, Melbourne. Before I get into my speech, I will just quickly say, usually when we march in the street, we march about an issue. We march to draw attention to something or other in the political system or in popular discourse, whatever. This is the first time we marched just purely as a flex. And this whole weekend has been a flex. This whole weekend has been such an upgrade for the organization. Incredible weekend, incredible, just all 3 days. Everything has been brilliant. I think the morale has never been this high. It really feels like we're taking steps forward. And the way that this has been reported by the media is, look how many Nazis there are, look how big they are. The police were powerless to stop us. They bashed everyone that tried to step to them in the march. They got Nathan Bull flexing on the front page of The Age. Like, these people are idiots. Like, they think making us look strong is going to go against us. The only reason why we aren't bigger yet is because people don't believe or haven't believed that this could actually take the next step, and then the next step, and the next step. But they're just announcing to Australia that we've taken the next step. And a lot more people are going to come with us now to take the step after this. But anyway, my speech today is on why individualism is cowardice. And the reason why I'm speaking about this is because there's a common refrain that you get from conservatives, from libertarians who say, "Oh, these Nazis, you know, they can't get a girlfriend, they're poor, they're a bunch of losers, and so they have to blame the Jews, blame the system, blame society for their ills because, you know, they can't get it together in their personal lives. We're all just a bunch of losers, apparently."
Uh-oh. We see where all this is coming from now. I see. Oh, I see. The mullet covers up his sister's hickey on the back of his neck. It's a shame shade. That's it. I fucking called it. Best comment of the stream. It goes to Cheese Swiss today. So good. The mullet covers up his sister's hickey on the back of his neck. The only problem with the logic there is, like, I don't know if he would be ashamed of hiding that. Why would he? I put it to you, Cheese Swiss. Why would he be so ashamed of that one? Tapping into the culture war. Yeah, this is like the factional disagreements within the right wing. Them damn libertarians, them damn conservatives, calling us losers, saying we can't get girlfriends. What do they know? Assholes.
And that's why we have to cope and demand that the government, through some form of collectivism, will come in and solve our problems, because we have a victim mindset and we're just like the left, apparently. We just want leftism, but for white people or something. And I want to deconstruct this with my speech today. First of all, the kernel of the criticism is that because we can't take responsibility for our personal lives, we can't take personal responsibility, we're apparently forced to engage in this movement, to engage in our politics. What's quite incredible, though, is that to engage in this form of politics requires incredible sacrifice. We are the ones that are taking personal responsibility for the future of our nation. What these conservatives and libertarians, these individualists, their aspiration starts and ends in their own personal lives. To me, that seems to suggest that you're a loser. If your personal life is that hard to get together, if, you know, getting a wife and some money is that difficult that you can't even think about politics, you can't even think beyond that, you're a fucking loser. But also, it goes a step deeper, because when you think about it, what is politics? Like, politics is collectivism.
Don't worry, Joel. It's not gay if you keep your eyes closed the whole time. And he's definitely a bit sensitive, isn't he? About not having the time to find a girlfriend. Man, fighting even happens in right-wing circles. Like, it makes sense. It's just I don't think about it, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I was hearing someone speak about... I was Curtis Yarvin, actually, speaking about the left, and he was complaining about the right. And he was just saying, oh, see, like the left, what they have that we don't have on the right is like unity. They're always coming in together and they coalesce around the same ideas, and the right is just tearing itself to pieces. And I was like, damn, this is part of kind of the culture wars of it all. Is like, you think that your side tears itself to pieces while the other side is kind of winning. And it's just like, well, what sides are we talking about here? Who cares about the sides exactly? That's just the way that people are divided and to think that they're losing out somehow, so they'll fight harder or they'll walk away from the struggle. And I remember, thinking that when Curtis Yarvin was saying it, and I was like, this is a very prominent, influential person. And like, one of his large concerns here is that the right is all factional and infighting while the left unifies on everything. And like, you speak to a lefty and they'll tell you the exact same story, but with their own spin on it. The exact same story. It's very interesting. Yeah. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer.
There is no such thing as individualism in politics, because politics, by definition, is how you organize a society. Politics is how you organize the people that you stand with to that.
Correction. It's how you organize an economy.
And fight and defend your way of life against every and all threat to it. That's what politics fundamentally is. There is no way to do individual politics. Once you become an individual, you're no longer in the political. The political is collective. And so what these people who criticize collectivism, these people who criticize wanting the government to do things that benefit you, what these people actually are advocating for is for you to exit political life, for you to not participate in political life, for you to become apolitical. And then they wonder why the right wing loses and loses and loses, because these losers perpetually tell us to stop engaging in politics, because that's collectivism. That's just like the left. Like the winners in the last however many decades of politics. Why? Because the left make the personal political. What do the left say to their followers? Hey, you know why your life sucks? Not because you're a loser and you need to work harder and pull yourself up by your bootstraps and learn pickup artistry and work out and eat healthier, get rid of seed oils and, become successful in business. No, they say the reason why your life sucks is because of white supremacy, is because of patriarchy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the way that we're going to fix it is we're going to go and create a political movement to go and punish our enemies and defeat our enemies and elevate ourselves to a position of social and political dominance. It turns out that works pretty well, as we can see by the deplorable state of our country and our entire civilization. So why the hell aren't we doing that? What is good advice for someone on a personal level that, hey, you should cut out the seed oils. Hey, you should use this or that technique to improve your...
So much territory to cover. So much territory to cover. From working out, to collectivization, to pick-up artistry, to seed oils. Oh, man. So much territory. The right is on the upward swing now. The net zero debate at the moment will be a big fork in the road. And on having 15% vote for the first time ever, plus turning point chapters in Oz. Labor needs to stop poking Liberals with a stick. They died already. Labor are looking in the wrong direction. Yeah, turning point. So so that's when you say talking about like turning point chapters in Oz and stuff like that, you're talking about like through Jamal, right? And his movement. I enjoy his deliberate and planned pauses for dramatic effect. This guy's pauses? I think he's trying to read, actually. He's looking down at the script.
Personal life. That might help you on the personal level, but it does nothing on the political level. And the right wing is too fixated on trying to create personal solutions to political problems. We need political solutions to political problems. We need collective solutions to political problems. That's the only scale that you can solve political problems at. And so really, what conservatives and libertarians are engaged in is they're rationalizing their refusal to confront our enemies in the political arena as though it makes them superior to us, when that's a cope. It makes them weaker. It makes them more pathetic than us. because they're refusing to take the fight. They're refusing to pay the cost. This movement exacts costs. It exacts big costs from you, because this is the movement that is the most controversial movement in our entire country. If you participate in our movement, you get a lot of enemies. There's a lot of consequences potentially. They're trying to put us in jail. The powerful people go on television demanding that we be classified as terrorists, demanding that we be outlawed. Thousands and thousands of people on the political left and in Jewish groups are working meticulously every day to dox every single person in this movement, destroy your career prospects, and ruin your life as much as possible. Who's doing that to the libertarians? Who's doing that to people in the Liberal Party? Nobody. Why? Because they're fucking weak and pathetic and they present no threat. Politics is a team sport. What conservatives and libertarians say is that we shouldn't play as a team because not all X are like that, right? Not all Jews are like that. Not all blacks are like that. But this.
Yeah, but he opened the first one in SA. His channel doubled after Kirk got shot. The normal right don't feel like we are being represented and we are being mislabeled. It won't go on forever. So like when you say the normal right, you mean people outside of this, right? So like what he's talking about, you're talking about conservatives and libertarian types. And like the conservatives and libertarians don't want to be labeled like this. I'm assuming that's what you mean. And so like something like Turning Point Australia would be away from this stuff, I'm assuming. Interesting.
This is irrelevant. Even if there's a nice Jew, a friendly black, whatever, it's irrelevant because politics is a team sport. We have to play as a team as white people if we want to win. We have the best team. We have the best players, but they don't play as a team. It's like, imagine if you were a soccer team, you had all the best players, but
most of the blue collar working class. Yeah, but like, are you talking about like how they see the world and interpret the world though? You're speaking about like they see things through the lens of like a Turning Point organization, not an organization like this. That's what I meant.
And everyone in the team refused to wear the same uniforms. They refused to acknowledge that they were in a team or that they had a coach. Everyone was trying to be the striker. There was no goalkeeper, no defenders, no other position. And also, they didn't even acknowledge which goal we were supposed to be shooting in. That is the state of the white race politically. All we have to do is play as a team and we win.
The people that just want to be left alone and do their job and not have to stress about bills. This dude isn't a very compelling speaker. No. So like I do think that Thomas Sowell, he's the better one. Like he's the one to watch out for. Like this guy, yeah, he's not that great. That Jamal guy, he seems to have funding somehow. He's got the right networks, but like, my God, difficult to watch, not compelling at all. Joel Cottrell, he seemed to be quite cool under pressure before, but like he only speaks to a very particular vibe of Australian kind of right-wing persons, people that are really angry and want to wave the flag kind of thing, like really angry. But like this guy, yeah, he was like, there's something about him that you gotta watch out for. He seems to be cunning, and he's a Kiwi, apparently. Everyone calls him a terrorist, and he doubles down on his opinion as if this confirms his point. There's something going on there, and his worldview is self-reaffirming. Yes.
So, yeah, the problem is that we're just not playing. Now, another aspect of this too, your nation, your race is more important than you. When you try to figure out what is life about, what does it mean? You can't actually answer that question if you only look within the prism of your individual personal life, from your birth to your death. If you try to do that, you will find out that there's actually not very much meaning in that.
This is kind of like a sermon. This is kind of like church. in a way. Like, he's up there on the pulpit and he's preaching, and everyone's silently in the pews listening, tell us how to think, how to interpret the world, etc., etc. It's very interesting, the vibe of this.
To actually understand what this is about, you have to understand that you are part of a history and that you are part of a destiny which is inherited collectively, that is passed down from our ancestors to you, and we will pass to our children and grandchildren and so on. That is the only way that you can really understand what it is that you're doing here, what it is that we're doing here as a society. That's what culture is. It is maintaining and perpetuating that inheritance. You take that away, and what are you left with? You're left with banal pleasures. You're left with frivolous experiences, satiating yourself to not really think about deeper existential questions because you don't have the answers. Well, we have the answers. The answer is that we are Aryans. We are Australians. And that we could create on this continent an incredible civilization. We can create a powerhouse. The potential of this continent to host one of the most powerful nations on the planet is actually there. We have an incredible glut of resources. We have an entire continent to ourselves. And we have incredible racial stock. But that inheritance is being thrown away. Australia has been run horribly for decade after decade after decade, and it's still one of the best places in the world to live. It's still pretty good. It's actually incredible that you could have a country run so bad that is still this good. And that's because of how good the people are. Imagine what would happen.
It's an absolute goddamn miracle that we've actually been able to survive for this long, despite the fact that I've just said how poorly the place is being run. It's just a miracle. There's no other explanation for it. It's just a goddamn miracle. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. You think his get-up looking like a trailer park clergyman is intentional? Right? There's definitely something churchy about what's going on here. And I'm not saying, because it's not just his aesthetic, it's what he's saying too. It's not, oh my God, this is the party agenda and we're going to meet here on Thursday and we're going to wipe people out or something. He's like, this is how you need to think about the world. This is how you as an individual, as a person, need to see this. You are part of something larger. There's something else going on here beyond the individual tendency of this world. He's really telling people how to interpret, like a pastor, like a priest, any type of religious authority, a shepherd guides the flock kind of thing. That's what's going on here. This is very, very interesting. Aren't these the guys that were booed out of the March for Australia Sydney? The same group, but he's in Melbourne, so I don't know if they're the same chapter, I'm guessing. But yes, they were booed off the stage. Which was not by everyone, but a decent section of the crowd. He likes to use stats to prove blacks are inherently violent, but really it's different cultures. He went to Sudan. If he went to Sudan, he wouldn't fit in and probably would get killed because he doesn't know the customs. His tone is spiritual. Yeah. Oh, right. Sorry. Got it. Yeah.
Happen if we had a government that actually loved our people and put its interests first? What could be possible? That had vision, that understood what I was saying before about history and destiny, and actually tried to take up that mantle. That is what we represent. To paraphrase the great one, there is nothing on this planet more valuable than your people.
The great one.
And I'd rather be an average Joe in the ethno state than be the big cheese in a decaying civilization. There are many men in our society who have esteem, who have high rank, whether it be they're wealthy, successful businessmen, they're successful in their career and in some dimension. And this is why they are not helping the movement. Not because they can't see the problems that we see, but because they don't want to pay the personal sacrifice of potentially losing that status or losing that wealth, which could occur if they participated. But the question is this: what is it for? When you make $1 billion, you don't spend it. You're passing that down to your children and your grandchildren, right? So what's the point if they don't have a country. I'd rather be an average guy with my own country than a rich guy with no country. There's nothing more valuable than that. Look at what the Jews do. The Jews have an incredibly large amount of money. They invest that money to ensure that they have a country, that they have political power. And look at the benefits that they accrue for that. Imagine if we played as a team like them. Imagine if white Australians put as much money into our community groups and into our form of politics that the Jews put into theirs. We would completely mog them. This idea that the Jews are these all-powerful, all-knowing, superhumans is just bullshit. It's just that we're not playing the fucking game.
They really spend a lot of time on this type of stuff, don't they? My God, bloody commie. If only our government would fix our problems. Oh, woe is me. If only I could wield the power of the state. Interesting. Yeah.
But also, not only is there no point pursuing success if it comes at the cost of your country, but also it's not worth it today for young Australians to really work that hard and grind, because you have to grind so hard to stay in the same place. Like, the average house prices in Sydney or Melbourne are skyrocketing. You can become successful in your career.
Yeah, look at what the Jews do. They invest their money in slaughtering their adversaries. That's right. They purchase an ethno-state and then start waging wars to destabilize an entire region of the globe and commit genocide. Yeah. It sounds a little bit aspirational, doesn't it? Interesting.
Hundreds and hundreds of $1,000s a year, and you can barely service a mortgage in a shitty middle of the road neighborhood surrounded by fucking Indians. What's the point? There is no point, because it's not worth it. We're all fucking slaves. This sucks. In the Australia of our forefathers, the average working man was able to achieve a dignified existence, own his own home, his missus didn't have to work, he could send his kids off to uni when they finished school, no problem. He could raise 3 or 4 kids, no problem, 2 cars in the driveway. That sounds like a paradise. It shouldn't. That was not a paradise. That's the bare minimum of what is possible with Australia. We should have gotten better, not worse, in the time since.
Why can't you draw the dots then? Why can't you just make the correlation to what is going on? That's unfortunate. He's not wrong. Okay? Australia was the land of, milk and honey for a long time. You could get work easily. You could support a family. This is a story that, traverses many a border. But the connection is, oh, woe is me. It's about, this is an attack on me and my culture, my race. Is it? Is it really just an attack on your people? There seems to be some other underlying issues there that have caused this problem. I grew up sitting in churches listening to sermons. His tone, cadence, and structuring is directly bitten from churches. He grew up in one for sure. There you
go. So,
Matt Bond, I have arrived. How are ya? Welcome. Hope you are well. We are well down a pipeline at the moment, and this is probably the more hardcore end of the pipeline. We're getting a proper neo-Nazi style speech here, in terms of a rhetorical Nazi delivery. We're getting their philosophical justification for their position. We're getting the sob story, basically. Everything is gotten so bad. This is why we must do what we have to do to survive. It is essential, not only for our survival as individuals, but as a race, right? Is there a kind of theoretical depth to these ideas? It seems purposefully shallow. Yeah, it's very, very surface level stuff, right? It's like, oh, I feel this way about this. Do you not feel this way about it too? Like, there's no justification. There's no structural analysis of what's happening. It's like, do you not feel me, dog? Do you feel me, bro? Do you? Do you?
The question is, well, if it's not worth it, how do we make it worth it? The only way that we're going to make it worth it is by taking power and redistributing wealth, redistributing the structure of our society so that young white families can actually aspire again. And that's why we need to have a right-wing form of socialism, in my view. The reason why a lot of young people are voting for the left isn't because they're all woke or something. That's true for some of them, of course. And a lot of them are brown and just vote for the left because they're brown. There's a lot of young white people who aren't woke, they aren't brown, but they're looking at the structure of this economic system and how it screws.
Almost like it's an op to discredit rise of the real right wing. I don't know what you mean by, like, because people associate this with the real right wing, as you're saying, like they're affiliated, these two things. It's a way to discredit the whole political endeavor of being right wing, conservative, libertarian, all that sort of stuff. These are the people that drag you down, and then people can just be like, oh, you're all racists and Nazis and stuff like that. It's a psyop. I'm telling you, people. I'm telling you, people. It's same things happen with communists, I guess. Just use the word communist and everyone runs in fear. No, not the communists. Oh my God. Interesting.
And they go, well, the left is kind of making more noises like it wants to help me out than the right. Where, what is the right saying? We're going to cut taxes and deregulate and, all of this kind of typical conservative libertarian bullshit. That's not going to fly with, Zoomers when they're looking at the way that wealth is distributed between boomers and asset holders, where if you don't own stuff, if you're just working, no matter how successful you are, you're a slave in this system and you can't liberate yourself. The middle class is being foreclosed to the younger generation. So the message that is going to be powerful to them is solving these problems at the collective level. They're waiting for someone on the right to bring them a socialist message. And of course, like the socialism and National Socialism doesn't mean, it's not a dirty word. It doesn't mean the same thing that the left means, which is just simply taking from the rich and giving to the poor.
You just spoke about wealth distribution. You just said it. You said the fucking thing. Just taking stuff from the rich and giving it to the poor. This isn't Robin Hood, man. You just said it. You said we need a system where we do wealth redistribution.
What it means is putting the nation before the individual. That's what it actually means. But in practical terms, what that means for Australia today is redistributing wealth from basically our enemies and giving it to our friends. The left does that. The left taxes white workers and then redistributes wealth to retards and immigrants and, all these different, victim groups across our society. We should be redistributing that wealth back to young white families so that they can raise the next generation and we can continue having a country. That's the message that we're going to sell to them. Not this, individualistic, cut taxes, get the government out of our lives bullshit.
Yeah, I know,
I don't
right?
want to get the government out of our lives. I want
those damn retards. And what else do you say? And victims, they're the worst. I'm just saying they get a lot of press, whereas the more moderate right wing who don't like the uni party don't really catch headlines, almost like their path to the zeitgeist was cleared for them. He didn't say it was about wealth distribution, then he said it was. It's tough. It's tough when you've taken, he speaks about socialism and then says at the same time, but it's not. It's not about socialism. Don't get me wrong on this one. Avalava, yes, the appeal to the golden past. Does he know the plight of those were stood on to bring that paradise? Indigenous folk, immigrants, females, anyone not born into an easy position are forced to work under the threat of death, which maintains that paradise. They are the perfect scapegoat, especially for white disadvantaged males. Yeah, this guy isn't very intelligent. Yeah. Well, maybe he needs a new speechwriter. Maybe that's what's going on here. But I think it's just the coherence of the ideology coming out to bear here. I understand there's a problem, but we're clutching at straws to be able to really analyze the source. And again, there's a lot of displaced cultural issues going on there. Oh, it's this person's problem. It's this other working class person's problem. That's why we're in a position where we are at the moment. That's why I can't buy a house. And the government's let it happen. It's the government's fault because they profit of letting other cultures come in here and destroy our culture. Culture. Eh? Interesting. It's like there's no other real structural issue apart from differing people that look different, sound different, and act a little bit differently. That's the main issue here. Yeah. And yes, take us back to the golden ages where those other cultures were in a place that allowed us to enjoy the good times, if you know what I mean.
I want to get the government under our control. I want to get the government under our control.
Yeah.
But ultimately what it comes down to is that conservatives and libertarians, they lack the virtue of sacrifice. They just want to be left alone. It's an ideology of conflict avoidance. That's what it is. You know, they called us cowards for wearing masks. Personally, I didn't want to wear a mask. It was for the sake of uniformity, but they call us cowards for wearing masks. They're fucking cowards. The whole ideology is cowardice. The whole ideology is, well, you know, what if we come up with a political philosophy and an approach that offends no one? What if we don't actually do anything about any of our enemies? What if we just try to keep things as they are right now and just kind of slow down the left's agenda, slow down, you know, the growth of government or something? Then maybe we could breathe. It's an attempt at negotiating with a hostile enemy. And ultimately, it's capitulation to a hostile enemy. That's what their ideology is. And that's why it always loses and has always lost and will always lose. And it needs to die. Our ideology is one of accepting the fact that this is war.
It's funny. Yeah, there's no applause until taking control of the government came up. Class war. NSN just don't want to admit it. That's hilarious. Yeah, government. Hey, let's take control of that. Let's start with that. That's funny.
To be or not to be? That's the question that faces us. We choose to be.
Uniformity was his excuse for wearing a mask, so he was forced to conform. I thought he was a big tough guy. There it is. I was wondering about that. He was like, I didn't want to wear a mask, but all you guys wanted to wear masks, you pussies, so I had to wear a mask. Yeah, interesting one, isn't it? Uniformity. So much for collectivism. I didn't want to do it, and I had to because of all you guys. I thought they just didn't want to get doxxed again by all of those people out there that are trying to destroy their career opportunities.
So anyway, hail victory. Thanks everyone for coming. This has been fantastic.
That was a weak way to end. Boy needs to get Shakespeare out of his mouth. I was surprised, to be or not to be. That was, see, not an orator, not a natural orator. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. See you later. You know, enjoy the free punch. Oh my God. We are having a bake sale as well. Thank you to Betty and Brian for organizing. We need some new masks so we all look the same. To be or not to be, that is clearly a quote that he does not know about but thinks it sounds smart, hey? Yeah, it was a weak ending for IS. That ending was pretty shit, to say the least. Unfortunate. Hey, so much potential. All right. There it is. We've gone down. You asked for more hardcore last week with some of the feedback that I was getting. It made as much sense as the applause he got. degree of applause. So that was it. You asked for hardcore. We went a little bit more hardcore today, just to say it lightly. And we heard some things that, like, I don't think it was necessary, but like it gives us a good context. Like this is how the working class gets its information. So you can get your information on one side of the culture wars, you can get it on the other side of the culture wars. The underlying issues, I think, are there. There are structural concerns. There are concerns about people's not only ability to survive within the system, but their ability to have a life that has some dignity. It shouldn't just be about the rat race. It shouldn't just be about, making ends meet. It should be about living a life within the system that is worth living. And I think that is a general sentiment that we can all get down on. Now, from that point of departure, though, in which direction you go to make sense of that is the broad spectrum of the culture wars. And again, they do seem to be basing their concerns, on a material basis. It's not purely ideological, even though they can't really articulate why it is that they feel these feelings. It really was the Sermon on the Mount of, I feel pretty bad about the way things are going, and I think I figured it out. Do you feel me, bro? That was the general vibe of what we were hearing just then. Like, do you feel me? Do you get me? Like, I don't want to, buy a house for $1 million and then live with a bunch of Indians. Like, come on. Do you get me? Do you get me? I know you feel what I'm talking about, like, kind of thing. So, it is, especially from someone like this, it seems to be all vibes, and no real substance beyond that. But, a lot of unfortunate, pretty hateful kind of language, and hateful in the sense of class solidarity. If they were able, the NSN, to respect the idea of the term socialism, which, they seem to love and hate at the same time, they would have an understanding of more of the solidarity with people that are also struggling like them. They seem to not have a care in the world that there are other people that are struggling like them that they could potentially unify with in order to advance their agenda and take over the evil government that they're so worried about, right? They could actually use other people in their struggle and then, opportunistically turn on them once they've gotten the power, but they can't see beyond their own prejudice to be able to organize beyond that. If the ideal is to reclaim an ethno-state for their own, they could make some strategic alliances with other people that have similar struggles in order to achieve that, and then just kick them all out. They could really make that work. You just have to have the foresight, I think, enough, and the strategy to plan for that type of thing. But what we have kind of experienced today is, yes, the more far-right version of what we have gone down before, which was more mainstream conservatism, I guess he would describe. You speaking to your people like your Pauline Hansons of the world, your Bob Catters of the world, listening to your Sky News mouthpieces. And these are the people that are doing it on their own. They're outside of the system, and they're starting grassroots movements. And they're duking it out with the evil state and the empire, to try and find their way in the world. Blessed are the Aryans, for we protect our own against the ethno-state people. It was a pretty fair view of the spectrum of the Aussie right. An interesting one. There was someone that I've missed as well, that I wanted to take on. I can't remember who it was. I think it's Shallow Cow. I think it's another guy that I wanted to have a look at. And then there was something Backyard Bothy, I think. They're interesting as well. Wanted to have a look at that. Two Worlds is the best representation in my opinion. Jamal is just a preppy right-wing version of Geordie's. Anything NSN just lacks any depth to the argument. Yeah, interesting. Jamal, yeah, he's underwhelming. Two Worlds, yes. Two Worlds does articulate things very well, I must admit. And he does covertly hide the prejudice of this guy in like, let's just make Australia great again, like kind of thing. It's definitely not about white Australia. It's just Australia first. But I guess we will see how that language changes kind of over time as he rises to prominence as well. So thanks for coming down the Right Wing Pipeline, and thanks for everyone who's interacted today. I got like this type of content is okay. It seems on YouTube and Twitch, I guess. But like I got hit up for a violation, community guidelines violation on TikTok, and had to take it down. Someone reported me. I guess they don't like the right wing banter potentially. And so like, this is too hardcore for TikTok. We can't do that over there. So if you've been able to stick with it this afternoon, despite, you know, some very confronting language here and there, it's good to understand the type of things that influence the working class. I think it's really important to be across it, so we can hone our own opinions on what the struggle is and where we can get unification and solidarity, and with whom. It's probably not with Joel, let's be honest. But like, some of the people that might listen to Joel might agree with some of the stuff. It's just like, well, you know, I don't like the hate, but like, you know, he's listing some real problems there. You know, maybe you can get some unification with people like that. Maybe you can get some working class solidarity. I think I really hate the fact that I have to agree with Thomas Sewell on this one, but I have to. Like, what he was saying was, in his speech, was like, you know, you don't have to agree with me. Like, go out and organize, and like, you know, let's make headway on the stuff that we can agree on. You know, you don't have to like the fact that I'm a neo-Nazi, basically, and I have a different interpretation of history. But like, you know, if you're worried about the country, then like, let's go on a journey together, kind of thing. I wouldn't bring it down to the style of nationalist conversation that Thomas will bring it down to. I would say, like, if you're worried about your class interests, particularly, if you're worried about things that affect, you know, working people that make the value, and don't really get to decide what to do with the economy and how it really does affect us all, you know, get together with other working class people and agree with them on what you can, so you can get some headway, because the system is, as a bourgeois system, is geared towards facilitating the bourgeois. It's not ultimately how it works. There are working class wins on the board. I spend a lot of time speaking about it every time we do a Friday stream. Enjoy the weekend, because working people have fought for that. I don't think that's ever going to change. We might see a day, you know, in the future where even the weekend comes under question, because there'll be some type of justification as to why we can't have weekends anymore. It's not good for the economy, but I don't see that changing anytime soon. So like, you know, enjoy. There are working class wins that we can get on the board, working people wins that we can get on the board, that we all enjoy. We should celebrate them, and we should remember that this type of stuff can happen, and we can, you know, fight together, but we have to have some level of unity and solidarity around particular issues in order to do that. And you're not going to agree with certain people, and they're not going to come to the party with you, but like, the more the merrier if you can get it. And like, it's hard to detach from the culture wars. It's really, really difficult. We are actually bred in the culture wars more than anything, and I do believe that that is a tactic that is employed in order to keep us more easily manageable. And so like, you know, detaching yourself from the culture wars and understanding what other people are thinking helps significantly. Again, you don't have to agree with it, but like, at least you can understand why they have these feelings. And if you can relate to that at all, then go for it. Doesn't mean you have to agree with their interpretation of that, but it's good to know that other people are struggling, and they are looking for answers. They're looking for solutions to things, and it is your job. You're listening to this. It is your job to figure out how you can make that better, how you can relieve that stress for other people. Now, I am a revolutionary, and you know what my answer is to this. It is over complete systematic change. This type of system that we live in at the moment will replicate these type of conditions for working people. And like, it comes and goes. It gets worse for working people. It might get a little bit better, but it's in, as Jerry Poppins would say, it's a pendulum theory. It swings back and forth. It swings back and forth on many things within the culture wars, where people have more, they have less. It swings back and forth, but it will continue to do so until the system itself changes. But understanding how other people interpret the system, I think, is important as just a baseline. Fun, as in the Pauline Hanson party. SG Blazovich, I don't know how to say that probably. Wix. Just to say that this is a fantastic stream. Thank you, comrades. I hope I've pronounced that properly. But thank you. Have you actually been on this stream before? I'm not sure if I've seen you comment. Let me know. Han's in the house. No way. Are there any right-wing political parties in Australia? Oh, that's what you were answering for us. Damn straight, SG. There it is. You see, the man is trying to keep the right wing down. Yes, they're trying to keep working people down. I agree with you, Dilemmas 85. Right there. Trying to keep working people down. That's the main thing. That's what's really going on here. So look, plug for the new people. Oh yeah, look, if you are new and you're watching this, and you've enjoyed the streams, so let us have a look here. Introduce yourself. Here is our Discord community. Go over there. We have announcements there. We share propaganda. It's a propaganda vehicle. You can see what other people are looking at, and you can share your own. And here is the Patreon link for the movement. Please go over and just become a free member, so you can get notifications. I don't think they really come through social media very well. So go over, become a free member. If you've enjoyed this, so you can get notifications. If you can financially support, then please do so. I love you forever, etc., etc. But whatever platform you're on at the moment, you're watching this, Twitch, YouTube, whatever, like it, subscribe to it, follow it, whatever you can do just to help this type of stuff get found in the big bad algorithm. So we're going to leave it there for the main part of the stream, and then we're coming back in a couple of minutes for some afters. So if you're hanging out for the afters, don't go anywhere, and we're going to go through and do the usuals. So I can't go all the way back, but 4AS, thanks for your interactions today. Indoctrinathan, Dilemmas, Jerry Poppins, who else have I got here? Cheese Swiss was in the house commenting earlier. Jag, fashionably late. Who else we got that I haven't noted here? Avalavo's keeping the stream chat down. Who else have we got? Who else have I missed? Squeeb was in the house for a little bit. Who else have we seen here? Who else have I missed? I think we had some new people in here as well. Matt Bond coming in. Hope you enjoyed what you could. Woozle in the house. Thanks for commenting. Thanks for interacting. SG. Now I'm going to try and say this again. Blazkovich. Blazkovich. Let's go with that. And yeah, Han loves mystery. Yeah, Han, you were in the house too. Welcome back. And yeah, thanks everybody for your interactions. Like I said, if you're going to stick around, we're going to do some afters, and we're going to have a quick break for a couple of minutes. So if you're hanging out for that, don't go anywhere. See you shortly. All right, we are back for the afters. So if you're hanging out this afternoon, this Friday evening, let me know. Because I would like to know who's hanging out as we go into the weekend, that prize time for us working people out there. Yeah, let me know what you are, if you're hanging out today. I'm gonna go here because it's something that I wanted to do ever since I spoke to Jerry Poppins about this. Tucker Carlson interviews Nick Fuentes. Now, it's a 2-hour-long interview. I bet you there's not a lot of substance. I don't want to hear about his background, which I'm sure, which is what we're gonna get. But like, hasn't he come to light thanks to, you know, the Kirk stuff, eh? He's definitely flavor of the month at the moment. Kai was there as well. Thanks, brother, for another stream. Great to listen to while I whippersnip. So good. I didn't even know you were here. Thanks for doing the roll call, Kai, as well. It's good to have you. Jet B was in the house too. Yo. It's good to have to know if people are lurking or not. For us, what are you two talking about? You and Han. If there is no right-wing parties in Aussie land, what is the point? And what they get 1% of the vote. And let me clarify, when I say right-wing, I mean us standard of right-wing, not European standard. So what's your standard of right-wing? Because like the American, by Australian standards, I would say the Democratic Party is a right-wing party. So when you say US standard of right-wing, you mean the Republicans, I guess? Because we do have parties like that. Like One Nation would be akin to the Republican Party, I guess, maybe. Oh, a party that supports free speech. I don't know. Does that really exist? As a party that supports free speech, I don't know if we have a party that just platforms on that type of stuff. I think they all ostensibly would argue that they support free speech, right? They have to say that kind of thing. I'd say Fon and Trumpet for Patriots is close to that. Yeah, fair enough. But they are a minority party. Yeah, like, yeah, they're very, very much so. All right, let's see if I can, if they got
Nick Fuentes, thank you for doing
timeline on this. Like some timestamp stuff. Oh, thank God. Yeah, the origins of Fuentes, not interested. Beginning of Fuentes, America First mission. The Daily Wire's effort to destroy, why Fuentes decided to challenge the conservative establishment. Here we go. Identity politics. Ooh, yeah, let's hear this. Nah, let's see factional.
So where
infighting.
does that, like, where does that leave you ideologically? Like, how are you changing at this point?
So at this point, I'm realizing that something is deeply wrong here in the conservative movement, because we were led to believe in those days of the campus culture wars and Gamergate and all that, is that we're the marketplace of ideas and we're about free speech and the rest of it. And here I am being like nuked from orbit by Ben Shapiro as a kid, and for asking what I thought were reasonable questions. Because I didn't come from some strange background. I come from a normal home. You know, my parents are Catholic. They're married. We came from a relatively affluent suburb. I went to Lyons Township. That's like a very affluent high school. In other words, I didn't wake up as like the son of, William Luther Pierce. I wasn't like a skinhead or something. You know, I was like a normal guy that was like, yeah, like country's too diverse. We're too pro-Israel. Like, this is reasonable. And I was just getting sandbagged for it and blacklisted. And what's more, nobody cared. Like, because I remember going on Twitter and saying, like, why isn't anyone sticking up for me? Where's Dave Rubin? The free speech warrior. Where's he on this one? Where's Shapiro? Where's all these people? And in some way, they were all sort of complicit in this.
Hey, They can't go after the Israel lobby, that's for sure. So in Aussie land, you get a choice of socialism/communism flavors. No wonder why you are fined if you don't vote. Huh, interesting. So is that communism for you? Ensuring people actually do their democratic duties or exercise their democratic rights, let's say. Yeah, I guess that is very communist, isn't it? Hey, the government can't tell me to vote. I'm a free citizen. Hey, fuck that. I never liked voting anyway.
So I realized that the conservative movement was completely bankrupt in that way.
Yeah, well,
and I
you're
became
absolutely
very
right.
radical.
Well, you became. I mean, let me just say, I'm so familiar with. I was much older when it happened to me, and much more insulated. I was not a college student. I was like,
if it's so great, why do you have to force people to do it? Ever see an ad for cocaine? Not yet. Once they legalize it, there'll be plenty of ads for it. That's so funny. If it's so great. So you're arguing against democracy then. So democracy sucks. And that's why we have to force people to do it. Is that your argument there? Hard? Let me know. I'm actually interested in this one.
45. So, and I was in a much better place to withstand the pressure. But I do think and I want to, this is my main question to you, is when you get attacked, when people call you names, like they always called me racist, and I would always think to myself, I'm actually not. I would tell you if I was racist. I'm a little sexist, but I'm not racist. And I never understood why they did that. And then I thought maybe the point is to make me racist. Where you just get to a point where you're like, well, if you're going to slander me, then I'll just become the thing you're calling me. I do think that's a feature of human nature, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
And if you stare too intently at the accusers, at the,
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, if you worried about forcing people to do democracy and you don't like it, I was wondering if we had a neo-reactionary. Do we have any neo-reactionaries? I know we've got social libertarians. We've had Groypers. I don't know if we've ever had neo-reactionaries on the line before. If liberals actually adhered to the Menzies "we believe" statement, it would be something, but they haven't been that for a long time. Liberals just lost 200 SA members, and I bet they go to One Nation. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's crazy.
Whatever Ben Shapiro's or Mark Levin's or Ted Cruz or whoever it is calling you names, it like distorts you and you actually change and become what they say you are. Have you thought that ever? Do you worry that happened to you?
No, I don't think it ever did, because I know who I am. I had a very firm grounding of what I'm about, which is that I was deeply Catholic, and I still am, deeply patriotic and pro-American. And I don't consider myself temperamentally to be an angry or a hateful person. So I never, in other words, lost my center. They say this thing about you look into the abyss and the abyss stares back into you. That never really happened to me. I was frustrated. I was frustrated because I felt like I was being denied a level playing field, opportunity, and it wasn't fair. I felt like I was right, and these people that were basically hypocrites, grifters, not really conservative, they were controlling the conversation, and as a consequence, they were controlling the Republican movement. And I really perceive this as like an urgent crisis, because if we wanted Trump to deliver...
Sorry, somebody's already taken the cake for best comment, but that can be second best. There's no chance this Curtis guy is as funny as me. Do you know who Curtis is? Though, Han? Hey? I wonder. Curtis is a goddamn legend around here, okay? Mencius Moldbug. If you know, man, you know.
America first, to realize it, the Trump movement had to transform the conservative movement to reflect the victory that Trump won.
So, I won't keep torturing you with biographical questions, but I do want to, so how your show gets canceled, You drop out of college, you have no money, you decide you want to work at the Leadership Institute, which is like a conservative think tank or some organization of longstanding in Arlington, Virginia.
Mhm.
Can't get the job there because you're worried about immigration. It's all pretty amazing. And then, like, where does that leave you? How did you succeed?
Well, I continued doing my show. I did it independently.
What does that mean? How do you do it? How do you do a show independently? Like, how did you do it?
I started a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I was in my parents' basement, and I put up a...
So good. Every time that like someone gets a lefty online, they're just like, get out of your parents' basement. No, your grandma's basement. It's just like, well. All people starting out are in their parents' basement. So good. Eh? The evil conservative living in their parents' basement.
green screen. I got my computer, webcam, and I just started going live every night in the same way that I did at RSBN. I just did it on my own channel where I had creative control over it. And at that point, I basically mounted an attack on the conservative establishment from the outside. I sort of realized that there's sort of two ways you could play this. You could infiltrate the conservative movement. I could recant all my views and apologize and pretend to be one of them and bypass the gatekeepers, the censors.
Just jerk circling in their basement. So good. Oh man. It may be the term of 2025. It's up there with internet friends, but jerk circling. Hold right up. I thought the stream was over when I come home like an unsuspecting housewife and some bloke named Curtis is in my funny bed. Well. Welcome back. No. This is the afters, bro. I'm trying to relive the experience that you had. I remember you told me a few days ago that you were going through the Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes thing. Did you watch the whole thing, all 2 hours and 18 minutes of it? I've just gone straight to the part where Nick Fuentes takes on the conservative movement and wins. He lived in a 3-flat, $750K to $1 million home. Who, Fuentes? He's a middle-class warrior, he is. 2023 memo, an internal memo from the FBI's Richard Field office suggested monitoring radical traditionalist Catholics, linking them to far-right extremists. Nick Fuentes lines up with the Tridentine Caths. What, and they're linked to far-right extremism? Isn't that interesting? There's so many people on watch lists in the US. Good luck to you, Americans. Seriously. Yeah, he is not far from me where he grew up. Okay. Interesting. Whoa. Nah, I got maybe an hour-ish in and decided my life was worth more. What? Than the right-wing pipeline? How dare you?
Said, or I could kind of be in the wilderness and I would be alone and I would be radioactive, but I could challenge the credibility and legitimacy of the conservative movement and its claim to represent conservatives. And that was kind of the mission, was to say, no, the immovable standard is America first. I'm going to represent it. And the conservative movement is going to have to move to me. I will not move towards them. And I thought maybe I'll make money and maybe I won't, but I'm going to try it for a couple of years and I'll see how it goes.
So, but the sight picture in your head was enemy is conservative movement.
Yes.
Do you think that was a good choice?
Yes, absolutely.
Rather than but why not like Antifa or, I don't know, Anti-Defamation League, or there are a lot of institutions on like George Soros. Like, why would it be their conservative establishment? Why did you think that was important?
Well, I kind of took a page from Trump's playbook, which is that you have to, in the country, the left was hegemonic over all the institutions. And you have this organized opposition to the left and the Democrats and all the left-wing controlled institutions. And the organized opposition comes from movement conservatism, the Republican Party, Fox News, the sort of constellation of conservative institutions. And I said, the problem is, whether you go Democrat or you go Republican, you're kind of just like getting the same thing. You're getting the establishment effectively. the opposition is basically controlled or moderated. It's not authentic opposition. It's not a true alternative. And so I said, we, and by we, I mean the true America First nationalists, we need to fight for the mantle of the opposition. And then leading the opposition, then we can take the fight to the left as the conservatives, as the Republicans, whatever. But first, you have to win that internal battle among the audience that the conservatives have. Because that's really the problem, is that they have usurped. The base is extremely conservative, extremely anti-left. But the Republican Party, like those that represent them, are not at all. A lot of them are atheists, a lot of them are gay, a lot of them are feminists. And so I said, like, we kind of need to rally, like Trump did, rally the base against the establishment, and then take the fight to the left as the true alternative. And if you can win that, then you win the country. That was kind of Trump's model.
What did you see as like the most important gatekeepers that needed to be?
Catholic Crusaders. Oh, is this what the Tridentine, is that what you call them? Catholic Crusaders. This is very interesting. Hey, this is his tactic. First, you win the conservative movement over. You bring the conservative movement to you. And then you can fight the left. But you have to resolve your internal issues first. Wow. This is very interesting, isn't it?
Overturned, pushed aside in order to do this.
It was the Zionist Jews, like Dave Rubin, like Ben Shapiro, like Dennis Prager. It was these the guys that were really controlling the media apparatus that seemed to me to be the biggest impediment.
Fox is not a Jewish business, though.
Well, Rupert Murdoch is an ally of Netanyahu, so he's aligned.
Yeah.
And he owns the whole News Corp empire. So, and yeah, he's certainly a part of it also.
I mean, Dave Rubin, though, does he matter?
No, not really.
Right. I mean, Dave Rubin is like, I don't know. Do people watch Dave Rubin?
They did back then. I mean, because you got to consider they were kind of like the ascendant new media, you know? They represented the next big thing.
I mean, and Ben Shapiro seems irrelevant to me now.
But back then, for the young,
guess that's
he was huge.
true.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you won.
Oh, certainly.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that many Americans thought they were inherently safe from the kinds of people taught us it happens. You hope a little country that from the day like that.
Come
last
Tuckies.
Escape Now and .com. So here's my question. So I look at the landscape now and the people I see as, you know, I'll narrow it down to foreign policy. Okay. Who is effectively opposing neoconservative foreign policy, which has been the dominant foreign policy of the United States for my entire life?
He is stroking that ego, isn't he? He's like, hey, so you effectively won. You've beaten Ben Shapiro and Rick and Dave Rubin. Hey, you've won. Yeah, I won. Hey, what are you going to do about it? Fuentes dinner with Ye and Donald Trump. Toxic feminism. What does the future look like? Identity politics. Should we do that one? Let's do that one.
But I also think there's like a true, not just principle, but like spiritual reality that we have to defend, which is God created every person as an individual, not as a group. No woman gave birth to a community. Like, we hate that kind of thinking, right? Collectivist thinking like that. That's identity politics. That's what Dave Rubin engages in. That's why Dave is like just a child. Like, you don't pay any attention to Dave because he's like shallow. But we're not going to be that, right? Or no?
No, I completely agree with you. And, you know, like, and not to be that guy and say that thing, but like, my best friend is a Jewish person, you know? So like, but here's my substantive disagreement, because as a Catholic, I could not agree more with you.
Yes.
In what you're saying. I love all people, even the ones that don't like us. We have to love them all. And we have to recognize that
we're required to.
Yes. And especially Aquinas says the Jews are a witness.
I identify as a Richard III enthusiast. Why not? Why just get rid of the enthusiast part? Just identify as Richard III.
His people. And so they actually have special protections under the law, according to Catholic philosophy. But I guess my substantive disagreement, which I've said on the show also, is the idea that neoconservatism and Israel has nothing to do with Jewishness, Jewish identity, the Jewish religion, because clearly the state of Israel and the neocons are deeply motivated by that ethnic identity, and their allegiance to Israel proceeds from that. You know, the plan of Greater Israel, the blood and soil nationalism of Israel, it stems from this ethno-religion, which is Judaism.
Well, this is, just BLM, the new version. This is identity politics. They're engaging in identity politics. I mean, that's just so obvious to me. But the problem in your response, I get what you're saying, but the problem in your response.
You reckon? Too bad he's too young to run as Tuck's VP. Eh? You reckon? Time will tell. Time will tell.
It does not apply to every individual.
No, and I would never say that.
Okay. Well, I just think it's important to say that, not to kind of like dodge the accusations against you. My best friends are Jewish. Like, okay, I agree. Embarrassing, even though it's probably true. And it's true in my case, actually. But whatever. But because just that principle that we're all judged as individuals by what we do, that our faith, the decisions that we make, the way we live our lives, and God will judge every one of us in that way. And that's how we're supposed to judge. Like, I think that's true.
Yeah, and I totally agree. But I guess the disagreement is, you say identity politics like it's a bad thing. I think identity is a reality.
Identity is a reality. Absolutely. You just can't have a country of 350 million this diverse where it's just like warring ethnicities, because then it's Rwanda soon. And, the people with the most force just kill the others. So like, you can't have that here. Right?
Yeah. But I would say specifically as it pertains to, you, I think, have said it's the neocons. And I think that neoconservatism, where does it arise from? It arises from Jewish leftists who were mugged by reality when they saw the surprise attack in the Yom Kippur War.
Yeah. That's a lot of it for sure. But then, like, how do you explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz? And there are a lot like that. John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all. George W. Bush, like Karl Rove. I mean, all people I know personally who I've seen like be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish. Most of them are self-described Christians, and then
Catholic social teaching philosophy is directly opposed to Marxism. Do you mean like directly opposed because they've taken a principled position to be against Marxism, or like it's actually by its nature like antithetical to what like Marx would have taught and all that sort of stuff? Catholic social teaching philosophy. I don't think I've ever come across these ideas either. Let's have a look. Briefly, what is Catholic social teaching philosophy? Is the body of the official church teaching that applies to Christian moral principles, especially those rooted in the dignity of the human person, as the gospel to social, economic, and political life? Interesting. Papal encyclicals. Okay. Human dignity. Every person is made in the image of God. So all human life is inherent worth, has inherent worth. Yeah. Interesting. The common good, social arrangements, laws, institution, economy should aim to promote conditions where everyone can flourish. I don't know, man. This sounds like socialism. Solidarity. Humans are independent. Justice requires that we stand with and support one another, especially the poor and oppressed. An injury to one is an injury to all. Subsidiary. Oh, quickly, before I forget, I don't know if Indoctrinathan is still here, but are we rating you this afternoon? Because I'm finishing up at 3:30, so I'm not sure if you are still with us. and you are looking to hang out in the afters, but let me know. Decisions should be made at the most local level possible, respecting people's capacity. What is this? This is really Catholic social teaching philosophy? This just sounds like Marxism. This is crazy. Dave Rubin just did an Aussie tour. There are a few clips out with him interviewing our pollies. Yes. I was wondering where that was coming from, because we watched something of him talking to like Tony Abbott or something like that. And we're like, why is he speaking to Tony Abbott for? Interesting. Preferential option for the poor. Policies and social choices must prioritize the needs of poor and vulnerable first. This is just socialism. Eh? Redistributing wealth to poor people, to the vulnerable first? Outrageous. Dignity in work and rights of workers. Work is not just a commodity, it's a form of participation in God's creation. Workers have a right to fair wages. What the fuck is this? Catholic social teaching philosophy? Stewardship of creation. Humans are caretakers of Earth, not its owners. Environmental protection is a moral duty linked to justice and human survival. What the Oh my God. This teaching, this philosophy, this is the Antichrist. Peter Thiel tried to warn us. I reckon Greta Thunberg, she wrote this last one. That's for sure. This is crazy. Wow. Interesting. You learn something every day.
The Christian Zionists who are, well, Christian Zionists. Like, what is that? Right. And I can just say for myself, I dislike them more than anybody. Because like, what? Because it's Christian heresy and I'm offended by that as a Christian. That's why. So I don't, like, why not? Like, I'm pissed at the neocons, very pissed. I've said that a million times. I've been mad since December of 2003 when I went to Iraq. And so, like, I went and asked straightforward questions to Ted Cruz because that seemed like there's a sitting senator who's like serving for Israel by his own description. He seemed like a worthy target. I'm not going after MTG, who's like the most sincere like, why not go after Ted Cruz? I don't understand.
Well, again, with Marjorie, I was a friend of hers, and she spoke at my conference, and then the day after, she pretended like she didn't know me. And that was in 2022.
But it's a continuum. Like you said yourself, you showed up in college, like one set of views, they evolve as you interact with reality, as the reality itself changes, as like you learn things, you grow, like whatever, people change.
Well, and look, now that everyone agrees with me, I will graciously forgive them for being
But why
so
make
hostile.
it personal? Like, who cares?
It's not personal for me. Like with Marjorie, if she wanted to, be aligned or whatever, I would totally be on board with her.
But where do you disagree with her?
I don't know, because I don't know what her new views are. She's really only come around on Israel this year, and I've been talking about this issue for 10 years. And
right, okay, all right, you win. But like,
no, but it's not. But it's not like that. It's just it feels like BS to me that, and I said this on Twitter the other day. It's like I got treated like I didn't exist.
Right, I get it.
And canceled for 10 years for saying these things. And that's really where all this drama comes from. A time when there was this intense censorship and nobody was on board with this stuff. Like, again, Marjorie, she fired, one of my people was working in her office. She fired that guy because someone found out that a Groyper was working in her office. And that guy got his life ruined, and she pretended like she didn't know me and lied and said, I had no idea the conference I was speaking at. She knew exactly what it was. And that's fine. But now that she's on the same page, there's like this expectation like, okay, well, why did you have a problem with her in the past? It's like, because she was on the other team in the past.
Yeah, well, so was everybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
so now
so were you.
Yeah,
so what? I mean, what? Why not? It's got to be bigger than just like us, right? And it's not. I don't think. Well, I'll speak for myself. I don't feel like I'm at war with the neocons or Israel. It's much bigger than that. It's like you want to restore America to a place where your grandchildren would enjoy growing up. That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and as far as Marjorie,
so it's not who cares. You know what I mean? Like, okay, lots of people hurt my.
I love when he says that. You know what I mean? Like, it's his catchphrase. You know what I mean?
If Dave Rubin called me tonight, which he would never do, though he has my cell, and said, I'm really sorry I called you Hitler. Like, I didn't mean it. You're raising lots of legitimate questions, which I think I sort of agree with or am thinking about in a deeper way. I'd be like, great.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care.
And look, Tucker, that's why I'm sitting here,
Right.
I mean, because we had a contentious dialogue.
Well, I
for
thought
a
you
long
were
time.
a Fed. I
thought you were a Fed.
I was a Fed.
Yeah.
I'm not a Fed. But whatever, I don't care what people
Yeah, we
think.
showed each other a badge as we know well.
No, but I thought you were a Fed because I was like, why not? It's not cucking to say you're not talking about all Jews when you oppose a foreign policy position. It's not. There's nothing liberal about that. It's just true. That's the Christian.
Yo, sorry, been missing. Had an issue with work. Only just finishing now, so I'll be up later if I am. Okay, fair enough. Just checking to see if we're rating. That's all. I hope you're sorted your fucking issues with work though. Do work. Hope it's rectified.
In position, okay, and two.
Interesting. They didn't speak about identity politics for long enough. They're just like, but you don't like neocons, so you're in the identity politics. It's hard to detach yourself. Okay. I want to get this one. This one's for everyone before the weekend. Why does Fuentes hate weed and alcohol? Eh? Let's find out, shall we?
It's interesting. Your audience, as I imagine it, I've never seen any of your numbers. I don't even know how big your audience is. It seems big to me, but I think of them as young men. That's the bulk of your audience, right?
Yes.
And yet here you are criticizing weed and video games and the internet, and you work on the internet. You are a creation. I mean, you wouldn't exist without the internet, of course. You didn't get a job at NBC News. So what kind of reaction do you get when you criticize weed, gaming, and the internet to young men?
A lot of them agree with it because they get it. It's their life. A lot of them, that's their life. Their life is, and another thing we didn't even bring up is the porn thing, which is there also. This is their life. Weed, gaming, porn. And I think they know it's bad. I think they know there's like some sense of guilt. And so it's interesting. I would say it's maybe an 80-20 split where 20% say, oh, you're against weed? Not cool, man. It's just a plant. Well, they're very defensive about it, about these addictions. And I think 80% say, I know I have a problem. Like I have a guilty conscience. I know it's bad. I know it's terrible.
Why are you against weed?
Because I think that it's compromises the integrity of your mental faculties. I think there's something deeply wrong with that. When you, I'm against alcohol too. I think it's wrong to numb pain. I think pain is a part of life. I think sobriety is should be experienced. And I think that weed is even worse because I think that
the poors can quit weed, beer, and video games when the richies quit cocaine, cognac, and the active oppression of the poors. Very good. That was scathing. I mean, there's been some good contenders for best comment of the stream so far, I must admit. There it is. I didn't expect the last one. And quit the active oppression of the poors in the first place. Yeah, see, I have this running theory of drugs under this mode of production. And don't get me wrong, drugs have been around for forever. Humans have used drugs for various means, but it suits kind of the lifestyle that is generated under a particular mode of production. And in capitalism, a lot of the time you use alcohol to numb the pain, as he's saying, or at least obfuscate your reality. So people drink after work or on the weekends as kind of a numbing of the pain, I guess you could say, as he's described it here. But they use it as a substitute to allow them to continue their working class existence. And so the same thing goes with other drugs. Why isn't he upset about people using caffeine? Caffeine's a big one. Working people, not just working people, but the whole kind of economic situation where we drive people to work and create value and produce things beyond the need for use, but we produce to make profit off. Cocaine helps cocaine, oh my God. Caffeine helps people concentrate and helps people work and like numbs their nervous system so they can push through work situations and concentrate on things that they weren't able to potentially do without that stimulus. Same thing with nicotine. Like tobacco and nicotine is a huge element in a capitalist system because, you know, people are able to concentrate better when they have nicotine in their system. And they are able to continue to allow their mind to engage in an activity, like a humdrum kind of activity, for periods longer than would physically be normal. Like people can push through if they have the will, but like, you know, there's nothing like a little bit of stimulus from something that is like caffeine and nicotine. Now, those two drugs, they don't do what he's saying. They don't impair your cognitive abilities like, you know, getting hammered does. That's reserved for after work times and the weekends. Do it on your own leisure and like, you know, get pissed or like satiate yourself so you don't challenge the system. And like you've got some downtime and then you get back to work the next week refreshed after the big weekend. You know, weed can be used in the same way, but like its kind of psychoactive properties, its ability to change your cognitive abilities is different because sometimes it makes you think more, and hence why it has been kind of made to be more demonized in more recent history, because they are worried about people kind of thinking about things in a different way. Although there is an actual material reason why they got rid of weed, apparently in the US, because it was associated with industry as well, and they didn't want people growing it because they didn't want to challenge particular industries with the other benefits that come from marijuana and hemp products. So I do believe that drugs are really important, actually, and we weaponize the drugs that we like and we kind of demonize the ones that we don't like. And like there are class drugs almost as well, right? Cocaine for the richies, and weed for the poors. Refer Madness Musical is so good. Madness Musical is so good. I don't know the reference. I'll have to have a look at that. Like look at pain medication as he's talking about here. Like all the ads that you see about like pharmaceutical drugs are like people that are like, oh, I can't go to work today. Or, oh man, the family, I need to do all of these things. And like, I've got this big agenda, but I just can't do it today. And then they take like, I don't know, something for their headache or something for their sinuses, or something to stop them from being drowsy. Like all of the drugs that we have that are commercially available are the ones that keep you participating in the system. Whether you're working or consuming, they allow you to keep going so you can be a better participant in the economy. Just push through. Give me the drugs that help me push through so I can continue doing what I need to do to service capital. Reefers equal weed. It's an American term. I know that because of Malcolm X. When I was a teen, a printer used to pay us a hamburger, Coke, and a stick. A stick for a day's work. No way. We had at sometimes 10 street kids working. He was rich, but didn't pay wages. A stick. That's crazy. Hamburger, Coke, and a stick for a day's work. Now, if anyone from the international audience is listening to this, a stick in Australian vernac is like, I don't know, it's $20 worth, or it used to be $20 worth. It's like a bud of about that size. I don't know if you can see that. Like that, about that size. Probably rolled up in a bit of foil. A stick. That's so good. And meth. How good is meth? Well, I don't think it has the same effects, actually. I think it's problematic, actually, for people being conducive to participation in the economy. But come on, how good is meth? I think that drugs are all useful to the society that you live in, one way or another. Thai stick, LOL. Oh, really? Are you actually being serious? I thought you meant a stick. Damn. You got a Thai stick? Boo. pain meds were proven not to have any reasonable long-term impact in terms of healing. Interesting. What type of pain meds are we talking about here? Like pharmaceutical ones? Or are we talking about just like general humans applying their own? Serious. Oh, okay, right. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, drugs, very important to help everyone keep functioning, if you know what I mean. And I don't just mean like helping people who are sick. I mean functioning. You want people to be moving in the economy. Got to drive home with soaking wet feet now. Irrigation burst on me while I was testing it out. Boo. Opioids. Right. Interesting. There you go. Well, they've been used for forever, right? Humans have always known the power of the opioids. That's for sure.
One, it's very dangerous. There's a lot of numbers now out of like California and Washington that people are going to the hospital for psychosis. People are going crazy because of it.
It's also more subtle and therefore more insidious. Like you can't, I've done it. If you have a, 12-pack for breakfast, like everyone knows. But if you take a hit off the dab pen, like nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
So you can use it all the time.
Yeah. And it makes you a loser. It makes you lazy. People that are addicted to weed are not motivated, don't care about anything other than weed. There's sort of like an irony there where I used to hang out with a lot of stoners in high school. I never smoked weed, but all my friends did. And they were so chill and relaxed and didn't care about anything. But if you criticized weed, they would freak out and get extremely defensive.
Yes, I've noticed.
Right? If you insinuate that it's addictive, if you say it's a problem, they get very like junkie behavior. And so I've always hated it. I think it's disgusting.
What is porn exactly? Like describe how available is porn? What is it? I know what porn is, but like you said, it's a huge factor in the lives of young men.
No way. What? So they grow it, or they like manufacturing, processing there? Tasmania produces the second largest amount of opioids in the world, largest legally, next to Afghanistan. I didn't know that. Wow.
And a bad factor. Why?
Well, this is another thing where it's reality distortion. That's kind of the theme. Just like psychedelics distort reality, just like a kind of internet society is a form of delusion, so is porn, in the sense that, a lot of people maybe don't realize, and we talked about this a little bit, people are getting turned on to porn when they're like 10 years old. And when you are going through puberty, when you're developing your sexual faculties, how could you stay away from that? Every kid has a phone, every kid has an iPad, and every iPad and phone is, if you know what it is, loaded up with porn. And it's infinite and it's ubiquitous and you can get every kind of it you want, whenever you want. It's in your pocket. And so something that is almost never talked about is that this is a generation that's totally sexually dysfunctional, I think, because of pornography. And some people are able to cope with it. Some people don't have a problem. But I think a lot of people, and maybe even a small minority, have a serious problem with it. And
How does it make people sexually dysfunctional?
I think that it's impossible for...
Yeah, they grow it and it grows wildly everywhere. They used to throw weed seeds out the doors of trains and try and get it to cross-pollinate with the poppies. It's mental. That's crazy. Is Fuentes about to explain gooning and No Nut November to Tucker? Oh, God.
A real woman to compete with the availability and the novelty of pornography. A real woman, like without getting graphic, she's only one person and, maybe she wants to do something sexual, maybe she doesn't. Porn is, you could have 100 different women in one sitting doing anything that whatever niche or
He said niche right. Heaps of Americans can't say niche. They say niche. I think I have respect for this guy now. He said niche. No fucking way. That's how you know. Oh my God, Groper, dude. My dad had a drawer filled with porn mags. Findable, stealable, so many he didn't even notice. When my bro borrowed them, his reasoning is bullshit. His haircut told me he's never chuffed. What a square. Oh my God. Seriously.
Syncretic thing a person might be into, it's there. And so I think that novelty combined with that availability, it makes it so that, you know, when you think about courting a woman, juice isn't worth the squeeze. And so there's like also a problem of like erectile dysfunction, people that can't enjoy regular sex because it does not compare to the intensity, the novelty, and the availability of porn. It's hyper stimulation. And so I think that's sabotaging a lot of normal sexual relationships.
It seems like it's making a lot.
All the pages were stuck together in those daddy mags. Oh my God. His argument doesn't work until VR Coin makes it no different effing someone in real life. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting.
A lot of people gay too.
Yeah, and trans.
You think that's true?
100%.
What is that?
I think that
it makes a lot of people gay and trans. There you go. There's your insight of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Makes you gay and trans.
The novelty is a huge part of that. I think that if you are somebody that uses pornography multiple times per day, which many people do.
Actually?
Oh, absolutely.
That's a lot of jerking off.
It's a huge problem.
A lot of jerk circles.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're doing that multiple times a day, every day, for years, since you're a kid, well, eventually you get bored and you want to move on to something more extreme. And you're kind of, it operates, I think, similar to like a drug. You kind of have the same kind of resistance to it that you would to a drug or a tolerance for it. And you're always chasing that initial feeling the first time you used it or the first time you saw a certain thing. And I think eventually you just chase more taboo, more transgressive. And I think maybe some people are more prone to that than other people going in a really extreme direction.
Is how Charlie Sheen got AIDS, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Through just being jaded and looking for something more transgressive. That's just a fact.
And there's something too about what it does when you look at it. Because people don't realize that it is a fundamentally different experience being involved in intercourse versus watching other people have intercourse. And I think that actually does something to you.
Tell me, what do you mean?
That's enough. He doesn't have to explain that one. Seriously. Oh, the right is the one side that's promoting pills and the other porn shaming. Hey, that's interesting. I remember when we were watching Tim Dillon the other day, they were promoting dick pills and stuff like that. And porn shaming. It's making a lot of people gay. As soon as same-sex marriage passed, gay porn was on the decline in conservative states, and now Alabama and Mississippi have the highest rates of trans porn consumption. Wow. Someone make a soundbite of Tucker saying, "That's a lot of jerking off." Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking when he said it. I was like, I wonder how many people have watched his video and just like being like, "Oh my God, I can't believe he's having this conversation. Oh my God, that's a lot of people jerking off." Oh my God. All right, look, I've got to bounce. I got to leave it there. But like, we got a window into Nick Fuentes, courtesy of Uncle Tuck Tuck, which has been kind of interesting, I guess. Kinda. I'm in the UK. I got registered for watching this. That's fucking hilarious. That's so good. So good. All right. Like I said, I got to bounce. Thank you everyone for your interactions today. Thanks for chilling if you've been watching this live. and interacting. If you're watching this after the fact, thanks for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. Have a good weekend. I really hope that if you can get away from the clutches of capital, then do so. Enjoy it. And if you can't and you have to work over the weekend, what have you, I hope you get some type of good compensation for that. So you get some penalty rates or something, or maybe you get a like a day outside of that where you're compensated for it. So enjoy your weekend, enjoy the freedom that you get, and use it wisely. Use it wisely. Kids need dial-up. Make them earn those titties. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, nobody remembers those days, do they? I'd probably can only get one picture downloading at a time, like across the screen. Come on, come on, come on. All right. I'm out of here. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And enjoy your weekends. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are mystery. See you on the other side of the weekend. Cheers.